Coming in the sixth of nine periods, and what I hope is the semis, because boy howdy, am I late if it's not. Let's go back and double check. Go back and double check. I said Italy, France, so yeah, it's probably the semis. And with a four-touch lead over Korea, with a three-touch lead over Korea, as Lim Tae-hee seems to be putting in a shift, going 4-1 up, and I'm just assigning a touch to Mutazaeva, and nobody's going to do anything about it. Yeah, she just got a touch, and no reason for it. Wow, what a great time to tune in. Uh, yeah, okay. Well, that's a good start. Now she gets another one. Uh, and he really working hard now. Teams, of course, a bit of a different game than individuals because your plus minus matters almost more than your total score. Going, 3-1 is much better than going 5-4. Unless that's specifically your role. One goes high low. There's a valid theory of team strategy that you have your eighth fencer run up the score, so your ninth fencer has an easier time playing a brick wall and running out the time, or doubling out, or whatever is your defensive strategy. But in most cases, you want a plus minus as a phenomenal long lunge from Lim Tae-hee. I'm so kind of blown over this 24th touch from the AIN. And then low this time. That was the same prep she did for the first touch. Was just a longish extension. The first time they have a bit on it and she disengaged and then disengaged and went high. The second time, for some reason we're only streaming the finals in 1280, not 1920. The second time she just went straight because she didn't get the touch she wanted. That same long advanced lunge that she's doing. Really good touch if you have it. Murtazaeva not able to punish it yet. Okay, well that was a crazy thing to walk in on. This is of course not actually just a bunch of neutral athletes. This is the Russian team fencing more or less as the Russian team uh, against IOC. That's International Olympic Committee's recommendations, but the head of fencing is Russian and he wants his team in there, so he wants he gets because he's got all the money and we have no power. Long runs there from Bekhmarzova. the best thing you can do is write into your local federation and say, hey, I don't really like this. Can you guys do something? Can you write a protest? Especially if you're in the States, that's most likely the federation that can do it. A lot of the other ones are much more deeply sunk into the corruption that exists in fencing, both this whole letting the U.S. letting the Russians back and the Belarusians back, and also the bribery in Saber and the clearly wrong calls and all that stuff. Ah, depressing to think about, but let's focus on the fencing. Li Haiyin versus Bukhmuzova. And we got a foilish sequence. That was fun. It's very, very foil style twisting and turning with the advantage that you don't have to worry about covering target. Shockingly long sequence for nobody to get a touch on. Sort of a sawing motion you see sometimes. Mechmarzova not quite able to get her tip back far enough to get the score. Hayin gets it as Mechmarzova goes back. Let this be a lesson to you. Don't go back, go forward. There's absolutely nothing wrong with trying to stop the bout by going past your opponent. It is legal and accepted. And if you're caught in an infighting situation, usually it's the best thing to do. 2-2 with epee red. Ooh, good step in from Bakhmarzova. Hayin tries a duck. Does not quite get it there in time. Oh, Pete. To the back shoulder. So all in all, a really good attempt to deal with it from Hayin. But Bakhmarzova is very good with her tip. Tracks Hayin down and hits her at the available target, which is the rear shoulder. Hang on 1 second, I'll get commentary up. I am commentary, get comments up. Hey, TPR says made it. Yeah. Hang on, I'm dealing with that. The There we go. Now we got comments up. I'm sorry for the depressing opening, but it's better to talk about these things than sugarcoat them and run them away. Because if we do that, then they'll just keep doing it. Here, maybe we have a chance at changing things. Unlikely. It is not random that Usmanov is in charge of fencing. He is using it to wash his reputation so he can point to fencing as this cool thing he does instead of the, criminal activities he does to get his money and the Putin support and things like that. If we get rid of him, we'll get a different one. I guess it's not Usmanov, actually. It's some Egyptian guy, but he's also very corrupt and just lost a fairly major court case. And you should go check out Celestial Saber's video on that. Double here. I will try to focus on the fencing from now on, though. Good counterattack from the left. That's really a-okay for her. As much as it is anywhere in fencing, the doubles here are just completely pointless. Just not pointless, completely unimportant. You're going to 40, they have 9 touches. She's at 31, and it doesn't matter. The only thing a double does is stop whatever build-up Lim is doing. And even now, as we're getting into the eighth period, Lim does not need to push and try to rack up the touches. She needs to get one or two really good touches, and then she can leave one or two really good touches for whoever's anchoring, probably Song. But if she leaves 5 touches for Song, it's much harder. If she leaves 1 touch for Song, that's totally doable. Song is not Korean. Ooh, a really good counter deck from Christina. Lim is having a lot of trouble getting in the distance here against Yasinskaya. And that's the big issue here. It's just a long attack, plenty of time to parry or post. She needs to be able to close more. And really, she's got a lot of time left to do it in. But you can see she's really pushing and hurrying like it's the end of the bout. And she just doesn't need to. I'd like to see her put off and reset. Ooh, much better there. Um, High pressure, but it's a bit shift in intention from pinned her foot to the ground and from midair. It's a shift in intention from I've got to go get this touch to I'm applying a lot of pressure. And the big difference here is how long it took from this high pressure situation that she's already back in now to attempting a committed action. The first couple of touches, she went real fast. And then there was a couple of doubles and then a single for Sinskaya. That foot touch was the high pressure in tight, high tempo, lots of actions, lots of movement, but then she delayed the foot touch. And similar here, where she's that last touch where she delayed it, but she saw an opportunity that she had set up from the previous touch. So as long as she's not rushing again, she's in a good situation now. Ooh, yeah. Really good from Skaya. Caught her coming in. Great parry. Totally denied her the forward blade motion. Nervy fencing from Lim, but she's got to calm down. There we go. A lot of breaking pressure. Now high pressure. I'm pushing with the. Ooh, that was crucial. That was really big because that was Lim's touch, and Yashinskaya pulled it out anyway. And she really needs to be able to finish on that. She just missed under the arm. Got her coming in from out of distance. Got the parry. Maybe a little bit too wide with the parry. Now she's got the push because if she leaves, well, whew, I don't know. Teams is not great for me. I think she still has to just set things up normally. There we go, pushing in 9 seconds. See if she get one more. Yeah, she fell over, but she gets one action to finish. That's crucial. Ooh, that's a lot of miss. And then, ooh, I guess I gave it. All right. There's a couple of good opportunities there for them to finish that touch. Again, it's never wrong to hit your opponent unless their mask has fallen off or they're calling for a halt. Even if you're on the ground, you can hit your opponent and stop the action. Or even if you've gone past them, you can hit your opponent and stop the action. And then the ref will annul the touch, and that's his job. But your job is to hit your opponent. Sansera versus, I can't see what that says, Murtazaeva. Murtazaeva, no slouch. Forget what she did in individuals, but it's pretty good. Good counteract there from Murtazaeva. Song just trying to beat low, disengage, gets a little bit caught on the bell going around. Just enough to deflect the point off to the side, misses low. And then good counter deck from Murtazaeva. Big preps here from Song. Curious to see what happens with them. Murtazaeva coming in on them, and then Song with a really high extension going over the top to get the touch. 1-1 and a really good game plan it looks like so far from Song. Receiving word that in the last bout, Lauren Rimby fell off the piste and got a concussion because God forbid we ever fix these fucking final pistes. All right, more pressure from Song. Smaller preps now. Another really good counterattack from Murtazaeva. Seems to just be really good at oppositions against Song's preps. Disrupting the blade. Song calling for spinning. Ref probably not going to give it. You don't really give them in that situation. Oh, this is a little bit depressing to see. Oh well. They still have not figured out how to pause the ref until he's ready for a until the replay is over, but maybe they'll do it tomorrow. They've been astonishingly good at fixing and upgrading this platform as World Championship goes on, which is great to see. Would have been nice for some of the more obvious issues to have been fixed immediately. Song a little bit caught over prepping and is not just flushes into it. Good for her. Which is they're doing a really, really good job here at being a closer. She knows Song has to come at her and she's just waiting for the opportunity in a way that she maybe wouldn't be able to in a single. Song pressing long distance now. So they have a searching, pulling out a double, really good. I'll become more awake as the day goes on. I literally just woke up from a nap. Now Song's got a rush. Now she's got 9 touches to make up. And another Tazeva pulls out another double. She's just really good at that. That's really Song's parry. And she just twists her blade around enough. Quick flash just for a change in tempo. Easy enough for Song to pick off, but it doesn't make it. It's not useful for Song to have gotten that counterattack, except that much as ever didn't get even farther ahead. There we go. Good one over the top from Song. That was actually touch closeout, which is not a thing you see often in epee. It's much more of a saber and foil thing. Song's got 2 touches to play with. Looking for parries, parries, parries. This is, I believe, team semis. The last semis was France and somebody, and that's where Remby got the concussion. This is the second semis. I don't know if we still have the men's foil semis to come as well or not. And which is a returning. Yep, card there. Ooh, that could have been really clutch for Song. Managed to get a tip on and finish that off. If you're open to suggestions, can you put which bout it is under the fencer and team names? Probably do that. T8 semis finals. I can do that. Ooh, another good one there. And finishes it off. Yeah, I'm actually gonna redo that as well. I like it in the bold better, and I don't know why the last one didn't. It was supposed to be in bold and just didn't transfer. Come on, give me that. There we go. Of course, you're my most dedicated viewer, and also my only Patreon. And if you're watching this, you should please go sub to the Patreon so I can keep doing this. Every bout, maintaining the database gets more and more expensive, and so I could really use the help. Okay, let's see. Okay, we did men's foil semis, and then we have the women's semis. So next up will be the. Thank you for the link. Next up will be the finals. Try to get me a real chat bot, but you're such a good bot. Okay, let's go see what happened. Just a little peek in the Khas up one. In the first men's semis, France, Italy. France in both semifinal rounds today. Should shock nobody, but especially Zhao from last time, who is so in on France. So 22-17 for Italy. Anas loses another one there. 7-20, 32-26, 38-28. That was a big change. Holy cow. 38-29 and 45-30. So it's actually a smaller loss than France. 16-10 US, 20. See what happened. 29-23. That's not a good start for Aitken. That's a good continuation for Aitken. Okay, different bout. Greg goes 8-4. Greg goes. What does Greg do? Come on. I got this. I know how computers work. I can make this great. You don't work. Yeah, wouldn't like no bots work if you're stuck on a plane. Spoilers for Itkin, spoilers for Itkin, spoilers for Itkin. Greg does 10-4, does 11-4. And then Itkin does 4-1. Garrick, yes. Garrick, I meant Garrick. Thank you. And then Masayalis closes it out. That was wow, that's crazy. And then sums out. And then Van Risselen up 20-16. Louis Murray up 29-22. Santuccio does. Santuccio. No. I'm not a big fan of Greg Macialis. The guy knows his fencing, but he's also kind of shouty and loud. That's not really a good way to coach. 11-11. They're doing an entire DE in the 9th period of this tournament. Yeah, not great reactions to things. There you go. She's done an entire DE and then some in this 3rd period, and then she closes it out. That's a lot. Hey, apparently Eloise Van Rissel is non-binary, so good for them. We saw that. We are just in time for the beginning of the men's foil finals. Can't believe you have given me more titles to forget to change. No, we have the third place fence off, which is great because I get more content. Oh, I know what happened. Didn't make it in my font. That's why it's so big. That explains why it's like that. Okay. Railway, extra bold. Railway is the font I use on um, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Railway is the font I use on my website, and so it's sort of just trying to keep a consistent font. Anane goes over the back. Shemesh goes around. Boop. Ooh. I think Shemesh hit the leg there, which is really makes me think he's fencing the wrong weapon. Fast in from Anane, trying to catch Shemesh in preparation doesn't work, but does give him the space to build out. Uh, Good finish there from Shemesh. Good finish through there from Shemesh. Love to see a lefty succeeding. 3-0, now 4-0. Is he going to close this out 5-0 in 30 seconds? It's already a tough comeback from France, and yes, he is. I think a blackout in 4 there to get a step on target. This kid is like 16. '22, rank 16. So 5-0 start from Hungary, going for bronze here. Hungarian foil not traditionally their powerhouse, having more flashbacks of being destroyed by a child half my height at Summer Nationals. Um, yeah, they do that sometimes. Toth, very good, but not really at the level that French or Italian or American foil is at. Korean foil, Japanese foil, or Hong Kong foil. So really, I think this is Shemesh has the key to this team. Ooh, good long disengage attack from Toth, and Francis is Hungary's pitching a shutout. Ooh, just missed over the top. Not sure where he hit to get an off target light there. Must have nicked the edge of the mask or something. Uh, Building from. Oh my god, his legs are so long. Toth just out and in. He's on guard as long as some people's lunges. Look at that. And now on it. I don't know who that is actually. Pouty just not quite prepared for that distance there. Ooh, there we go. Finally gets one as Toth misses over the top. Pouty quick counterattack. Friends finally on the board. Okay, so that's a beat attack from the right. I thought it looked like a parry, but I was not watching close. I was watching the feet. Big jump in from Toth, doesn't quite get there. Pouty aware and ready for the counterattack. Yes, this should say bronze medal. See, now I have two of these to keep centered. It's, I can't even do that because I want them different sizes. All right, we'll figure it out. Action shot there. The Hungarian masks with this, the the V's are so cool. I don't know. I really love them. Attack, no attack, no attack arrives touch. And all of a sudden, Palti's got five. Toth won the first three, and then Palti won the next five or the next six. As another, Toth keeps looking, but I think he keeps looking when Palti's looking, and so he goes to Palti, and that's there we go. I can do two lines for one text box. I can't do two lines of different sizes for one text box. Ha! I did it. Group selected items. Now they will move together and stretch together. See what this does. I can move them within the group and move the group as a whole. Hopefully that takes care of it. Ooh, that might be attack left from Dosa. Oh, no, attack right from Loisel. I thought that was pretty committed from Dosa. And from being down 8-0, bringing it back to 10-7, really good job by Palti. 10-6, I guess. Ooh, attack off target from Loisel. Dosa chasing, doesn't quite get there. That was a kind of a scrappy one from Dosa going 4-4 and then holding the six in tight to block out the. I guess he didn't block it out at all, but holding the six in tight and off to the side to get the tip on target as Loisel misses, and we miss an entire sequence because of these cameramen. Oh, I did not even see a tip get close to target. Well done, Roy Loisel. Tack, pair, post arrives touch. Quick weapon change. Foils are notoriously flimsy and prone to breaking. You have like five. Oh! Loisel hops in. Dozo redirects. Loisel gets him to pause the first one with a parry and then hits while Dozo's looking for another target. Really good third touch from Loisel. Attempted counterattack from Dosa using his arm to block out. Loisel just nicks it on the way in. Another lefty. Are all the Hungarians left-handed? Tack, parry, riposte, rise, touch. Loisel hoping for the quick remise, doesn't quite get it. There's one, two, and he's trying to run away, and Dosa lands it. Good for Dosa to bring this back to even. Keeps a four-stroke lead. But we're not playing golf. Keeps a four-touch lead over Loisel. Foil gremlins are real. Ooh. Good parry from Dosa. Misses the first. Remise on the second, lands off target as Loisel falls down to one knee. Oh, really well done. This is that counterattack blockout. Really nice touch from Dosa to close it out. Honestly, if you have a guy like Shemesh on your team and you're going equal, then you've done your job. Shemesh brought it up to 5-0. Um, and this isn't Toth, this isn't Shemesh, this is Dosa. Kept the lead equal, and that's all you have to do is um protect the lead. Gets pressure, and we have a sub. So Toth got subbed out from Mahalyi. So I guess it's just to give him experience. And we have a mask swap from Anane. I think that's Anane. It feels gross using somebody else's mask, but maybe he's not swapping or he just grabbed the wrong one. Yeah. I guess if everybody has the foil mask, it's no longer distinctive. That's attack from Anane. He's building. Yeah. That's Anane's initiative, and um I don't really think this one's close. Stop there. I see searches, but Anane restarts before Mihaly gets it. Yeah, I would, however, do the same thing if I were in Mahalier's position, largely because if I get onto somewhere I can call for replay, I'm definitely going to do it, no matter what. Mahalier's LeMay looks oversized. His whole uniform is like baggy on him. There's not something you see very often. Foilists love getting a really tight LeMay because they think they have great physiques. And oh, really good long attack from Mahalia. Anane building. Mahalia just straight attack, disengage, very classical, arm extended. Just barely beats the parry. Um, and also the tighter your LMA, the less target area there is. As I don't know if you guys can hear it. I don't know how the audio balance is. I haven't had a chance to check. But the foil beeping is in my ears and it's really annoying. Can you hear the audio? Can't hear about audio at all. That makes sense. How about that? Mahalia finds the blade, doesn't quite get it. Anane off target. I probably turned the bout audio way down when David King was talking, and now I turned it back up. Sure. I have a mixer here, and it's just looking a little bit lower than my own voice, which is probably correct. But anything you say is going to be much better than what I can just guess looking at a bunch of numbers. So, Flesh from Mihaly, really good. He's 3-1 up on Anane, which is phenomenal for your sub. That one's Anane though as he finishes. But if I think it's gone to video, maybe it was close. Cheering but no blade contact. Has there been blade contact? Okay, bump it up a little bit higher. Yeah, there it is. Really good attack from Anane. Mahali committing to the defense too far back. Yeah, I bumped it up a little more. So I guess this is correct for now. If the judge is based on what's comfortable for me and then what's good for the rest of you. And how you missing off target, these blades are so floppy, and the shoe squeaks. The shoe squeaks are so important. I sent my friends video of me in Paris last year, and they're like, yeah, this was so cool. Was not expecting the shoes to be so squeaky. Ooh, really good one from Mahalia. Holding, and then great jumping parry, and then holding, and flushing. I can't get over this baggy uniform. But a really good touch from Mahalia. Running into Nane, running past Nane, I should say. Just to surprise him. No slosh himself, even if he is right-handed. Ooh, much better there from Mahalia. 5-3 against the Nane. Amazing, incredible, very good. I see the painter's tape on the bottom of the mask. I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah, that blue spot. Holds his commitment this time. Where before he jumped back trying to parry. Manages to get a block out when Anane commits. Sponsored by PBT Fencing. Shamash goes, misses, Loizo restarts his attack. Pushing. Ooh. Attempted closeout from Shemesh. Loizo nicks him on the arm on the way in, so that's attack arrives off target. Now Loizo can restart his attack, except Shemesh has taken over. Long lunge from Shemesh with a forward recovery as Loizo builds. And there's the better closeout this time. Instead of going around, Loizo tries to go, doesn't quite get his blade around. And it was almost like a hand-to-hand parry. Shemesh keeps him blocked out. How did we get to... This is wrong, right? This is 1-0 for Shemesh, not 6-3. Yeah, it's got to be 1-0. I thought I had blacked out and missed 5 touches. Yeah, that was briefly the most obvious explanation, was I just spaced out in the middle of streaming. Attack from Loizo doesn't really go anywhere. Shemesh starts building. Gets his hand caught or something, just whiffs the touch, and Loizo gets a counterattack. 1-1. And as a team on the higher level, you can see how this Hungarian team is kind of carrying that 5-touch lead from that first bout all the way through. Like they haven't been outfenced since. They haven't outfenced since. They haven't been outfenced since. They have a really good cushion as the bout goes on. Long attack from Lozelle. He's got a lot of space to play defense in, which is really nice. There it is. The Giorgio takes over again. And Lozelle needed every scrap of that defense, that space for defense. But it works out for him as he finally gets the commitment he's looking for from Shemesh and the counterattack. Long attack doesn't go anywhere. Please do not lick your two-prong connections if you're paying for them. They will rust faster. Parry from Shemesh, I think. Yeah, parry from Shemesh. Slow build up from Loizo, just gives up right away. Shemesh starts going, and a really good touch from Shemesh. I'm not sure how he managed to react to that, but Loizo comes in. Shemesh doesn't even extend, he just puts his tip on target. I've looked worse things. Now we've got 3-1 up for Shemesh, doing really, really good. Wow, great counterattack there. Attacking into the space Loisel is going to be in. So it's just that little bit less space to go before perfectly timing his closeout as soon as his tip lands on target. Another almost counterattack there. Long attack from Loisel doesn't really go anywhere. Shemesh is now building, but fast this time. Waving his blade back and forth and back and forth. And another kind of an iffy commitment. Loisel good finish from Loisel. So building another good counterattack from Shemesh. He's been threatening that all night. Finally gets it to land, and now it's another 5-2 victory for him. This kid is phenomenal. You eat tomatoes straight off the plant. Tomatoes are gross. You're totally right. A little boop. And then come back to block it out with your elbow. You cannot cover target with your forward arm in foil. So whatever you do with it is A-okay. In that case, parrying. Leodosa on to... No, this is the third segment. Yeah. No, this should be the sixth bout. Tomatoes are weird and slimy and don't taste very good. I'm going to give that one to Pouty, I think. Yeah, just a little bit more committed off the line. Yeah. Attack off target from Pouty. This is up to 30. This is going to be a clutch one because Pouty's really kind of carrying the team. I think he's the only one with positive. Dosa misses, Pouty misses, Dosa misses, Pouty builds. Hello, Adit Krish. Yes, this is fencing. This is the World Championships. These two teams, Hungary and France, are fencing for bronze. This is foil. If you see the silvery vest, that's the only place they can hit and get a point, but they can hit anywhere for partial credit. And whoever has the initiative gets the point if two lights go off. I'm not allowed. There's partial credit. I don't even really. And that's a. Ooh, that might be one of Dosa's. I don't know how else you would explain attack off target except as partial credit. You don't get a touch, but you do get credit for the attack. So, part of it. Healthy building. Ooh, good counterattack from Dosa. I want Toth back because that guy was so big. Okay, so we're getting more of these now. These tight calls in the middle, that are more sabery box style. Pouty goes first, but then stops and Dosa attacks into that, and then Pouty continues a little bit before Dosa hits. But in the middle is considered a preparation where it wouldn't necessarily be on the march. Oh, strong attack in from Pouty. Dosa with a jumpy kind of a desperation parry, but he finds the blade, and then he's like, "Oh, I have the blade. I'm just going to do this jumping back flick," and that works really well for him. He's like, "But I hit him, but you were off target." Attack parry or post. Dosa 5-2, and that's probably about. There are not half points unless you want to model priority as a half a point. Yeah, this stuff's hair is great. I keep thinking that the red wristband is a good luck charm, but it's probably just his ID band. And we got the final leg of these three. Hey, Corey, have fun at the farmer's market. Remember not to buy any tomatoes. Loizo attacking. Toth really looking for the counterattacks. Consistently not finding it. Okay, so Toth is also right-handed. So who got subbed in, or did they sub him back out again? Who did? Did Mahalia get subbed back out again? Lizzo finishing. Yeah, so this is a 10-touch lead, mostly done by Shemish, which is really good. Toth pairing, threatening that absurdly long counterattack. I think he caught the ship on his way in and it threw off his aim. Fencing hub. What is fencing hub? Oh, another video analysis tool. Good counterattack from Toth. Attack. Attempted closeout from attempted closeout from Loisel. Spins, shows his back, does not get a light, so card. Straight attack from Loisel. Just Toth not quite ready for it. I'd really like to see Toth use his length more. Toth building. Loisel down on the ground again. Probably a little annoying defense against. As a Hungarian rapier bench, shouldn't it be straight? It should be straight. Good parry from Loisel. But as they fence with it, they hit, and then the blades bend, and they don't always bend all the way back. They're allowed a little bit of a curve, which they both kind of have. And if it gets too bent, wow, fast in from Toth, catch Loisel flat-footed. If it's too bent, they'll straighten it, or the ref will straighten it, or tell them to straighten it. Another attempted spin out from Loisel as we cut into the very end of the action. Oh! Toth with a single late straight attack there. Really, I guess, I don't know if there was a closeout or if Loisel just missed. So the way, it's tape. The yellow bit at the end of the foil is tape. The foil itself is part of the circuit. The way it works is there's a button on the tip of the foil, and when you hit the button, it breaks a circuit, and that's how you know you got a touch. The foil itself is also electrified, and so you want to prevent the foil coming in contact with the silver lame, which is also electrified. And so the tip on the tape is so that when you hit and the tip bends like this, the tape insulates the foil. Yeah, it's basically insulation. That was maybe more complicated than it needed to be. But yeah, it's insulation. Good finish from Anane. Pinning Dosa all the way down the back line and holding it through. Single right there from Dosa, just barely getting away from Anane. Ooh, strong in from Dosa. Flicking in 4. Anane looking for a high line parry. And Dosa just spinning into 4. Hey Fritz, welcome. Yeah, 11 viewers. I'm super hype. And there's somebody here I don't even know. It's not just my friends, which is always exciting. I've made the big time, double-digit viewers. That's attack, left from Anane, just a little bit faster off the line. But this is great fencing from Dosa, and as long as he doesn't completely fall apart here, he's done a good job. This will be a well-earned bronze medal for the Hungarians, as Dosa finishes strong there, going deep. I'm not actually sure what happened there. How Nane missed that parry. Ooh, good blade take from Dosa. Nane attempted to counterattack Dosa with the late 6 flick, but it couldn't quite get a sip on target. It's a really hard touch. That might be Dosa's. Yeah, fix your blade. See, that's the kind of bend you can get that you just fix right away. It is not a very accessible sport. It is not very big if you're not in a major area. Although there's quite a bit of Indian foil. I don't know where you are. However, I'm doing the best I can to make it more accessible, at least to watch and enjoy. And I'm really glad you decided to click on the stream. I love this sport, and I think it's phenomenal. And I think more people would really enjoy it if they got into it. Straight attack from Dosa, both start, both stop. Dosa straight attack at Nane. I don't know how he keeps missing those. If he's just predicting Dosa will go in a little bit deeper than he did. But really good fencing from Dosa as Shemish comes in to close it out. So the way subs work everywhere but the Olympics, you can sub in one bout in advance, and then you have to sub like for like. So what happened here was they started Shemish, Toth, Dosa. After Toth's first bout, they subbed in Mihaly for the middle third, I think probably just to give him some experience. And then they subbed him out again for the third leg of that. Attack arrives from Shemish, he's so fast. Like Palki was ready for that and looked for the parry and still didn't quite get in time. And if you are confused about the format here, you have teams of 3 with a sub. As Shemish builds an attack, and Palki gets a step on target somehow. That's why he's the good guy. That's why he's closing. I don't think Shemish attack off target, Palki trying for a jumping parry counter. I don't think Anana is having an off day. I think he's fencing really well. I just think the Hungarians are also fencing really well, which is good distance management by Dosa. Good. Attack from Shemish finishes. We're going to close this parry out quick. Anyway, there are 3 people on each team, and then they fence all 3 on the other team to the next multiple of 45. And you have 1 sub. You can sub in once. Attack of target from Shemish. No, target attack is when hit anywhere but on the silvery material. That's when the white light goes on. Good counter attack from Palti as Shemish a little bit slow to finish his attack. Straight miss again from Shemish. We're seeing a lot of these. Palti doing his best to make it respectable, but this is a pretty shellacking. Attack off target. Fast in from Pauti trying to get something. Does get something, but not really what he was looking for with that initial fast jump.
Szemi mindig más ritmus, teljesen mindegy, csak mindig más ritmus kezdi.
Strong attack from Palti. Shemish keeps trying for this attack counterattack business. Not really building anything of his own, just for a quick one to close it off. Doesn't quite get it, but it's got, 2 touches, 2 minutes, and 13 touches to give. So it's doable, but it's hard. And that's after he's given up 6, 7. Yeah, I mean, I'm not generally a fan of this. You should be fencing to win, not to burn out the clock. But it would be nice to see Shemesh do some. That's Core. It would be nice to see Shemesh do some slow attacks, nothing else to build up to knock some time off the clock. There's just so much that Palti has to do that every couple of seconds is big. Attack off target from Palti, which is fine for Shemesh, but not ideal. And bad for Palti, of course. He's got to get every touch he can as fast as he can. There's one. Shemesh is just doesn't have that killer instinct he had in the previous bouts. Attack off target. Same thing. Shemesh kind of just gave up there real quick. And immediately going backwards here. I mean, it worked. Are there any other sword sports like fencing that uses swords other than rapier? So there are 3 kinds of fencing. This is foil. There's also epee, which we'll see later, and saber, which we'll see tomorrow. Probably Monday, as we'll stream saber. They use different kinds of swords. Foils are attack of target from Shemesh. We got 1 left. Foils are square. Epees are V-shaped, and sabers are kind of Y-shaped, and they bend differently and they react differently. There is also a variety of sword sports under the general, and a counterattack to close it out for Shemesh. Congrats to Hungary on winning bronze. This is probably going to be the start of a long history of Shemesh winning lots of medals. He's really good at this. There's also Hema, which has a variety of swords, long swords, short swords, broadswords, hand and a half swords, rapiers, real rapiers. Not real rapiers, but actual rapiers. As opposed to foils. There is Kendo, which is a Japanese sword martial art that uses I forget. There's a name for those. Kendo using shinai, which are bamboo swords. And then also sometimes you get an offhand sword. Yes, Hema is a historical European martial arts. Thank you. Congrats to Hungary. That was really good. Heard about Kendo. I've tried Kendo. One of my good friends is really into it. I got annoyed at it because it wouldn't let me fence left-handed, and I'm very left-handed. And so that was the last I did Kendo. And there's also Zanshin, which is where you have to hit with enough. I'm not even sure how to explain this enough. Enthusiasm. And shout when you hit. And if you don't do it right, they don't give you the touch. They don't give you the point. Kendo bouts go to 3, and they're strict about judging, and you can only hit in very precise areas, and there's no time limit. So sometimes beginner kendo bouts go for like half an hour because nobody can get a touch.
Videoda olsam Bulgaristan climax. Sofia Championatze mesame a Tbilisi Takawegas. So the bronze medal goes to Hungary. Congratulations.
Kendo is double-handed, but kendo is double-handed in the same way golf is double-handed. Uh, where you have a control hand and a power hand, and you hold it differently depending on whether you're left-handed or right-handed. So I wanted to hold it like this, but they said no, you have to hold it like this, and they kept correcting me, and I kept going back just instinctively. Okay, next up ought to be women's bronze, which will be Korea versus Italy. It'll be really fun.
Дружба с Волшебом Мирового Каталдыва. Kalta Şorist Taşnit Harika Obaze. Susuda Hanşida İzmeba. Birinci Oğuz Medresi Düşe Podram.
You looked up Hema, it showed you a grocery store. That's really funny. Can someone drop a link for Hema for Edit in the chat, please? Maybe like a YouTube of some
Sofia Championatı.
some long sorting.
Birinci Oğuz Medresi Düşe Podras. Kalta Şorist Taşnit Harika Obaşı. Bulduğu Şerifeva. Nils Samot. Universalan Stages.
Okay, so thank you. Song Sarah is the current greatest fencer in the world. Italy, historically one of the strongest fencing nations in all weapons and all genders. The hyena, the reserve. I've done extensive analysis, as always, on Song Sarah. I have not done on the other ones, but Lim Tae-hee is really tall comparatively. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. This is
The referees, Mr. Adrian Stichman.
And Ostrowski Dennis. Referee Lee Satamash.
they have the same tie. Why do they have the same tie? Is it just like the ref tie they handed out as a souvenir? Anyway, Italy really good. Rosella Flamingo is very small for an epee and still really good. Look at her; she's shorter than everybody else. I'm a big fan of both of these sides, of both of these fencers, of both. She's probably anchoring. We got Santuccio, Flamingo, Songsera, Sotehi, Song, Kim, Santuccio, Flamingo, Rizzi, and then Song closing and Santuccio closing. Okay. That's interesting. I kind of would have expected Flamingo to close. But being a shorter fencer, she's probably not as good at being a wall. In and stop. Okay. Yeah, I was just saying stuff to say stuff while we waited for the bout to start. This is epee. This is the V-shaped sword we talked about before. And there is no silvery material, you'll notice. The whole body is target. And there's also no right of way. So you can just hit them anywhere, and if your light goes off, you get a point. We have Roberto Santuccio versus Lim Tae-hee. A lot of really big distance games here. I love this direction the women's epic game is taking. It's just way more interesting to watch. I should go back and watch some Flussel just to do the then and now comparison. Lots of high-low tip action from Lim Tae-hee. So Santuccio fencing with her arm really far out, which is not something you see a lot of, at least from the men's side of Italians. Lim pulling. We're going to go to non-combativity probably, which is, I don't know, good for one of them, but probably doesn't matter. A non-combativity in fencing is you get 3 tries. If you go a minute without a touch, then you get a card. You go another minute without a touch, then you get a red card. You go another minute without a touch over the course of the whole 9 bouts. Then the leading team wins. If it's a tie, then whoever was first coming into the day will win. It was probably Italy. Hard to say. They're not probably not going to see it. And there we go. 20 seconds left already. I don't know if we're gonna get the first 2 here, which would be weird. The way Lim is fencing, you expect her to be more of a counterattacky fencer. I'd expect Santuccio to be able to go in harder. But here we see Lim pushing. Maybe she knows she's got to get a touch. And she gets it with 2 seconds left. Really good. That's the kind of active counterattacking fencer you can be. Santuccio just barely falls short as Lim pulls it out. And we will see a non-combativity call at 2 seconds left. It will be really silly. Lim, no. Much more in her zone, you feel like hanging out at the back. Santuccio crashing the distance, crashing the blade, and then just trying to get into that danger zone where Lim, past that danger zone where Lim can't hit, and into that awkward zone for Lim where she's not quite in a good distance for infighting. She's not quite in a good distance for regular fencing just because she's so lanky. And Santuccio finds a really good opportunity to get there and equalizes. It looks like Italy was seeded 1 and Korea was seeded 3 based on rank, but you don't know if those get shuffled I don't believe they do get shuffled, and even if they did, it would be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So Italy would definitely have the higher ranking over Korea. So all in all, a perfectly neutral first period. Expect maybe Lim is happier with that than Santuccio. But really, it's going to be what Song does that will decide the whole bout. I think she's the strongest individual fencer here. Not that the Italians are any slouch, but I think the Italian team is a little bit deeper than the Korean squad. Not that the Koreans are any slouch themselves, of course. But, expect Song to be racking up a few points over Flamingo if they want to have a chance to win. You just hit 100 views. This is astounding. If you're tuning in, thank you so much. I love doing this, and I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Here we go. Flamingo Song just pressing and pressing. Flamingo doing the same thing with the active blade that Santuccio was doing. A little bit less distance movement because Song is a little bit shorter than Lim. But you're expecting to see Song come in strong here. A lot like that. So 2-1 for Song. And it goes on from here. Once again, judging both of these leg designs for just being the name of the country. Korea gets more points for having multicolored, but not a lot of points because it's literally just the name of the country. I do like blue. This is a little too much blue. Flamingo pushing. Song kind of brick walling. Just waiting for a moment. Finding it there, and the beautiful shot to the hand. Remember, folks, counterattacks go forward, not up. Flamingo now starting to push a little bit more. She's got to be a little bit safer about giving ground. Because Song will happily just take the ground and then give it right back to burn time. And try to set up some kind of a defensive counterattack. Song is doing really good now at keeping Flamingo at arm's bay, at arm's reach. And if Flamingo poking and poking. Yes, I do have a Ko-Fi and a Patreon. Really good counterattack there from Song. Thank you to PR for linking those. Please help me keep doing what I do. I don't do advertising. I don't do really. I do have a sponsor, but I haven't gotten any money from them. Anyway, back to the fencing. You can see the sponsor in the corner over there. Use code ROBOTKLINGEN at klingen.de for 5% off whatever you get. Blades, gloves, flesh from Song. Yeah, like I said, this is going to be, if Song can do this, she's going to win, and I think they're going to win now. Flamingo caught sleeping, nothing to do but counterattack, but perfect flesh from Song. And she's up 4-0 over Flamingo, who is no slouch. But Song doing really good with the distance here. So I'm looking for that. And now Song can keep going. It's every multiple of 5. So 2 times 5 is 10. So Song can keep racking up touches as she goes. 15 seconds left. She might get one more, depending on how much Flamingo wants to push. But again, this is teams, and so the plus minus matters a lot more. Flamingo's not going to rush it, and Song's not going to rush it because it gets too random. So really well done from Song as we go to Kim Hee-young. No, Kim. I don't know what the HE stands for. Can't remember. Korean names are generally separated by a syllable. Hangyun. So it's Hangyun. That's, first, middle, and then sometimes it gets mixed together, sometimes it doesn't. Giulia Rizzi. Another really good Italian fencer. There's a lot of them. She's got her name and her Olympic signs on the mask and all that. But we have a 5-1 lead for Korea, and so all Hangyun needs to do is hang out. Really don't expect to see her jumping in for a lot of committed actions, although as I watch her fence, she's a very committed action, aggressive looking fencer. So maybe we will. She does not want to give up the distance here to Rizzi. Very active tip, constant extensions, threatening high-low. Rizzi trying for big steps in to take over. Wow! Phenomenal behind the back cream hit from Rizzi. The kind you don't see a whole lot, but just really good at that. But 45 seconds to get that touch is not ideal, but not bad for Hangyun. I don't think she's quite at the level that Rizzi is. Rizzi pushing and pushing, extending, just applying a lot of mental pressure to Hangyun, who is kind of falling into her tempo at this point. So she's not really respecting Hangyun's threats, but you can see by how little she's going back. So far, Kim has not found a threat. Although that was kind of a gift from Kim. Attacked, missed, and then hung out in space like that. And just couldn't quite get the counterattack in time. So a lucky break for Kim to go even through half the bout. And Rizzi is like, well, Kim has not established a forward threat or a backward threat. She's just established being annoying, and so I think Rizzi is recognizing that, and I'm going to see a bunch more touches come. I really want to see Kim attack into one of these Rizzi step forwards. She's just giving up too much safety to Rizzi. That's really good. That's really good. She gets a lot of space and she gets a lot of time, and she gets Rizzi thinking a lot more. But she's still kind of in Rizzi's tempo. They're both going fast, which is fine, which is not fine. But I guess it's working out okay for Kim as she gets a double there. Yeah, I don't know. She's like, her tips bobbing around. She's, going in and out. She's being really active. She's just not threatening anything or showing anything to make Rizzi do it, to make Rizzi respond. She's just there, kind of. She's like buzzing like a fly is what she's doing. Until that one big lunge there, and now she's slowed it down, where she's just holding position a little bit more, forcing, which is like being more threatening actually, because if she's not committed to doing something, she's able to commit to the counterattack. And so that's caused Rizzi to slow down because you can't establish the distance as easily. So not a great flush there from Kim because she's already, Rizzi took the pair. You can see that 8, and then Kim started the flush trying to disengage around it be better to do the disengage and then flesh, not when she's already lost the moment. But holding the lead as we go into the last few seconds, which is all she really needs to do. So that was not great, but not bad from either side. Io sono Venezia Giulia something. I don't speak any Italian, but something about Venice and Giulia, which is her name. I think it's Giulia. Giulia. I think it's Giulia. I think it's not Giulia. It's Giulia. Lim Tae-hee. So we got the two tall folks up here now. Lim Tae-hee and Sarah Kowalczyk, who is bonkers fat. She's really in and out here. And Lim Tae-hee is kind of matching her every step. They're both going in and out at very, very high temperatures and very high tempos and very fast attacks and very fast, very large changes in distance. I was gonna double there, but like a high energy double. This is fun to watch. This one goes up to 20 and we might get there. Okay. Kowalczyk still going in and out. Lim Tae-hee slowed down a little bit. Doing that same thing we saw from Kim before, where she's holding space more, waiting for Kowalczyk to commit like that, and then getting finding the right moment to go. Or in this case, stuck. Beat attack from Kowalczyk goes over the shoulder as Lim ducks, which is crazy that you're not supposed to be able to tall and then get low. It feels like it's encroaching on somebody else's territory. But a really good touch, joking aside. Now we see a little bit more active again from Lim. I'd love to see her slow down again. That worked out really well for her. Double there, Kowalczyk pushing and pushing, not quite willing to pull the trigger. So Kim does and pulls out a double, which is A-okay. You know, again, my prediction is that that the Koreans are basically trying to hold out and let Song get all the touches. And so far, they're doing that pretty well. And letting Lim doubling out here is all to the good as far as that goes. Yeah, a little bit too eager from Lim, and then, you know, she ducked and hit and missed, and then tried to remise forward. I would have liked to see her come back and reset, because she lost that moment, and Kowalczyk was ready for it. A little bit like that, but even more so, just reset, pull out. Yeah, yet another one where Lim is counterattacked, fell short, and then missed, and then tried to remise, and then Kowalczyk got the touch. And I'd really like to see her commit a little bit less, and then a little bit stronger, and then if she misses, reset, not try to pull something out like that. That was really good. She's got, you know, the flexibility to do it where she can go low. Ooh, that was really good. That was the other half of it, right? So, you know, that's where she went hard, not hard. She went full commission on the first action, and so instead of falling short, she landed. Another good one there. A double and a good one for Lim Tae-hee. I suppose I should probably spend a little time talking about the Italians too. I just really like Sarah. I think she's a really good fencer. Uh, Kowalczyk, not really built for getting touches, it looks like. She's in and out, applying pressure, but not hasn't really built anything of her own. The sort of high tempo, low commitment stuff is not working out very well for her here. Where Lim is just so happy to get doubles. I'd like to see her push into Lim's step backs more. And as you go into 10 seconds left, she doesn't really have time to do it. Maybe she can pull out one more. Yeah, so that was interesting from Lim pushing to waste time. I would have liked to see or reset. Fortunately, they're doing this with the overlay off, otherwise that would mess up my whole system. Okay. Kim Heng-yun versus Alberto Santuccio. Going to 25. This is a really good chance for the Italians to pull back a few touches because Santuccio is phenomenal and Kim is a little bit not quite at this level, I don't think. But we could look it up. Oh, lucky from Kim. Wild four into almost a spinning foilish counterattack. Miss there. Just a lucky miss from Santuccio there and pulls her blade back just enough for Santuccio to run her rear arm onto the tip. Kim Heng-yun is 33 and 63rd in the world. So really good and not quite at this level. She's only been in seniors. She took 10 years off. Holy cow. She's got junior stats from 2010, 2011, and then seniors in 2019, 2020. So I'm not sure what she was doing in between. Santuccio gets a good one to the foot there. But a minute gone, and they are tied at one apiece. The last one ended 7-7, and they once again forgot to set the individual scores. Which is weird, because you think that would happen automatically when they switch names. But... Ooh, good flesh from Kim Heng-yun. Really good flesh. Just absolutely surprising Santuccio with that beat flesh. She was so committed to hanging out and just trying to burn clock. Santuccio was so focused on setting it up that just completely caught off guard. That's such a crucial touch too because it helps save the lead Now she's got Santucci has to get another 40 seconds off the clock just to equalize it. And she does. She's a much better fencer with just destroying the blade and going in and hitting. That's a double two. I don't know that I've seen that very often. Two, and the blade comes back and you two again. That's a fun touch. But Kim Heng Yun equalizing, keeping it equal through 2 minutes with Santuccio. And showing a willingness to commit to an attack when available. That makes Santuccio have to be a little bit less aggressive and a little bit safer. And that will save her a lot of time. It will save Kim a lot of time. Let Kim burn a lot of time. Kim needs to... is on the warning strip. Yeah. Santuccio trying to flesh. Kim with a wild parry. Santuccio a little bit out of distance, so Kim gets her tip back on target just in time. It was like 6 and then in, and Santuccio's coming in from underneath, so it kind of bounces off and goes low and then hits, and blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Goes low again. She really wants that foot, but she hasn't built anything off of it yet. Kim goes low for the foot herself. So Santuccio goes back for the foot for a third time. Aborted flesh from Kim. Really good to cut that off when you realize you're going to get hit. And really good to not get hit even anyway. Yeah. Santuccio just controlling the blade through the flesh. Blocking out, parrying out the counterattack. That 2-2 again, actually. 2 for the counterattack and then 2 again when the blade comes back up. And she's brought one back, but again, being up 1 and being tied are very different. So really phenomenal work from Kim. That one flush was really, really crucial. Shoot, I did mute myself. Anyway, that was one non-combativity, the second of the 3 non-combativity, and Song won a minute off of it, going back. And Song gets a single there off a laser extension from Litsi, which is really good for Song. She's holding, the more lead she can give, the better. And the more she can do it defensively, the better, I think. Because that's just where her skill set lies more than attacking. Thank you for letting me know I muted myself. I would have been talking for like 20 minutes and not noticed. So the next time I had to make a noise and then I would go to mute myself and I would unmute myself. Song goes low with her bendy legs, pulls back and avoids the counter. We've got 55 seconds left. Ritsu's trying to push at a bit of a higher tempo now and gets the preem in. Song finds the opportunity but doesn't quite get there. It's a good one from. And we got 2-2, but 40 seconds left, so that's good for Song. We want to see one more, I think, from her. Oh, that was fun. That was an aborted flush from Ritzy, finding the perfect time to draw out Song's counter, and then just a little flick over the top onto the arm to tricky. That was a really big touch. Because if she can go, she's now up one against Song, who's supposed to be getting all the touches. So this is solidly a win for the Italian side this leg. And we're just going to run off the clock. Neither one of them wants to really push. And we got Kim versus Kowalczyk. This is going to be an interesting one because they're both very high tempo fencers. You can see by all the rapid bouncing. You think this is more painful than just acknowledging the period is on? I agree, but it's, formalities. Not worth dealing with, and there are worse options. Really good pressure from Kim. This is going to be an interesting one, as I started to say before I got distracted, because they're both very high tempo fencers. But Kim is definitely a very aggressive fencer. You can just see it in her body language. She's looking to go forward. Kowalczyk, a very defensive fencer. She's pushing, but she's never committing. So, potential for a lot of scoring here, one way or the other, or both. And we're going to 35. So we've got 15 touches to play with. Yeah. Another really good one from Kim, disengage flesh. As Kowalczyk just misses a counterattack over the shoulder. But she wasn't really committed to that attack. She was just leaving her tip out there and hoping. And if you do that, it's never going to work well. She's so close and she's not even trying to hit. She's just hoping that Kim will lunge into her point or something. I'm not sure what's going on. No, like that, basically. Good counterattack. Ooh, another really good counterattack. Now we're seeing more aggression of Kowalczyk to equalize against Kim. And Kim is a little bit too eager to go. And isn't quite getting her blade off yet. They're like clashing blades, and then Kim is going while they're still in contact and is throwing her tip off. That would have been a good opportunity. A double there. You know, we've been saying this whole bout, which has been a phenomenally fun bout, that the Koreans are trying to just lay it all on Song Sera. And so from that perspective, this would be a win for Kim Hang-yeon if this continues. But starting out 2-0 really kind of raised the expectations for what she's capable of doing in this leg. And I'd love to see her pull out a couple more. Yeah, she's not feeling it anymore. Kowalczyk is really in control of the distance now. So it's a good change by Kowalczyk to be more aggressive and push forward, and Kim is really struggling with it. Which, to be fair, Kowalczyk's much taller than her, which does matter. So I'd love to see Kim push back without just committing to the full flesh. And she's looking for the blade here, you can tell. I'd love to see her equalize. And Kowalczyk can just hang out doing the same thing she's doing, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. But coming out ahead in this period after being down 2-0 is going to be really big. And no, we're going to keep fencing. Yeah. For an aggressive fencer, Kim did not really push this entire period. And it was a lost opportunity, I think, for the Koreans. Eighth is all right. Leptehi versus Ritzi, Yulia Ritzi. Lim definitely has to push here because the difference between Lim has to push a little bit. The difference between giving Song a one-touch lead versus a one-touch deficit is huge, but the difference between giving Song a one-touch deficit versus a five-touch deficit is also huge. And it's not as bad, but this is, in a certain extent, a mirror image of the last bout where the Korean is the taller fencer and is pushing. A little bit wild blade work from Lim. But she's definitely got to see what she can do here and really try to fence it out. It's Song versus Santuccio for the final. I'm not sure how they match up, but I'm not expecting Song to have an easy time with it. But I don't think Santuccio is particularly passive, so it may work out even if it's two touches. Double is absolutely nothing. And this is really a kind of a nothing because Lim needs to score, but Lim needs to score like twice in 2 minutes. Now, we saw her being very high energy, very high tempo versus Kowalczyk. And now she's being very low tempo versus Ritzi, which is not a great sign for a fencer because it means she's kind of feeding off her opponent's energy and not establishing her own. Ooh, that was crude. That was huge. That was clutch. Really good counterattack from Lim. Kind of a wild shot from Ritzy there. Slow push again from Lim. Starting to be a little bit in and out, but kind of mono tempo. It's like a higher tempo, but boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, all at the same tempo. All the same. You know, there's the music version of tempo. It's the beat is always the same. Ooh, that was really close. I did not like that flesh from Lim, even if it worked out. That really should have been Ritzy. She found the blade. Yeah. Found the blade, just missed the counter. Having long arms is nice. And now Lim has equalized with 57 seconds left, and I think she really, really needs to stop pushing. Or she needs to keep pushing to build space, but I think she needs to keep Ritzy far away as much as she can and try to let the clock run out. Doubles are fine, we'll reset. But giving Song, who is better than Centuccio, a tie is easily the best thing she could do. She's feeling the pressure, I think I can tell. But she needs to really not. Like Ritzy's looking for an opportunity for a straight flush, and Lim needs to not give it to her. That jump in is so terrifying to me. That 7, 6. Alright, she's on it. Yeah, Ritzy's backing off, Lim is backing off. Alright. So Lim won that one. Which is, no. All right. So the Italians are not happy with this. The Koreans are happy with this. But it's not like the Italians have given up. Like Santuccio is no slouch, and she's definitely capable of beating Song, or at least getting a couple up on her. Song with a very advanced on guard, which means her hand is really far out forward. Song responding to it with a lot of hand shots. The problem with having your hand out is that your opponent, it's easier for your opponent to get to it, which makes it tricky, and it's harder for you to go forward without using your feet, which is tricky. The advantage is that, oh, phenomenal counterattack from Song. Pulls that out of nowhere. Really, really good touch. Oh, right on the mask. The advantage is that you keep your opponent far away, and that gives you more time to respond. Thomas Cook of Hungary is the most famous of the extended arm aficionados. He was world champion last year, maybe 2 years ago. Top fencer in the world as a men's epee. Ooh. Santuccio getting really far into Song's distance, and Song not really aware of it and kind of bailing out, which is lucky for her that Santuccio didn't. Phenomenal distance manipulation from Song. Pull in, out, and then the out is just so good. It pulls Santuccio into it, and then Santuccio's not ready for the back end. And you can see by the way her blade's, like, her tip's not even on target, her blade's not extended. She's not ready for a parry, she's not ready for anything. 2 really good touches from Song. And it looks like the Korean plan is working out. Because now Santuccio has to attack Song, which is never, ever, ever a situation you want to be in. Song going back perfectly far enough to avoid the foot touch. while still standing in, and then Santuccio flushes and Song sees it coming, ducks under, and now we got a 3-touch lead, which is probably about. It's just really hard to score against Song Sarah, and it's really hard to do it fast, and it's really hard to do it when she knows you're coming. So we have a minute and a half left, and you don't get to this level of fencing without being able to go and get your touches when you need to. So I expect Santuccio to have a little bit more left in the tank. That would have been really good. That was almost a really, really good touch. Kind of a Korokori thing, and unfortunately she didn't get it. But I think the build up is replicable. Yeah, really good there from Santuccio, pushing up Song against the back line. Then pressing, and then immediate switch into infighting when she knows she's going to flush. Yeah, Song trying to get past an infight, but Santuccio knows it's coming, and so as it can commit first. And pulls one back, but she's got at least 2 more to go. Now we're so close. We're so close. Oh my god. Santuccio's back into a more on guard, a more neutral on guard as they get closer. Song stays in her neutral on guard, and it's just Santuccio flushes into Song's tiny hop back, which is just enough time for Song to get the counterattack to the arm. As Santuccio flushes just too late. That hits on almost everybody else. That flush. Another counterattack. And now Song's playing with her food. Santuccio has to push with 45 seconds left. Song is just, please come somewhere where I can hit you. The cream that time. She's just, every touch in the book, every trick in the book is on display now as Song closes this one out. Yeah. So the last time where Song flushed through, Santuccio hoped for that again, but Song puts it into Preem instead and kept control of the blade on her arm, but whatever. Yeah, the knee. It's alright. Good touch there from Santuccio. Song missed, Santuccio remised. Really well done. But she's got 30 seconds left and 4 touches to go. 5 touches to go and 30 seconds left. Another one to the knee, I guess. Just adding insult to injury, injury to insult. Another one there. Like, you're not supposed to be this good at, this is cool, great idea, man. Thank you so much. I'm having a lot of fun and I'm glad you're here. You're not supposed to be this good at distance control and also clean counterattacks and also parries and also infighting. Like, she's got such a complete package that she doesn't even use half of it. Santuccio gets one, but with 20 seconds left and trading touches, it's going to be tough. Now she's pushing. They're so close. And yeah, there's not really anything you can do there. Song is just waiting for her opportunity to clip. How else would someone earn the title of Absolute Beast? Look, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. You're not supposed to be this good, but she did it, and it's great, and I love it. Yeah, there we go. She's running and running and running. Oh, she got one. Well done. I think that one. Oh, that was a double. Never mind. I thought that was just a single for Santuccio. But you can imagine, as we close this out, how this would have been different. I'm gonna make you a little flag that says I'm one Sarah Song fan. Yeah, you can do that, and I will wear it. I have like 7 videos on song Sarah. She's so good. Uh, yeah, totally. I will do that. Yeah, you can imagine how different this fight would have been if Song had to push to gain one more touch as opposed to coming in equal. Could have gone very, very differently. Congrats to the Koreans on winning bronze in women's epee. We're going to take a short break while they get ready for the finals, and I do, stuff. See you back in a couple of minutes, probably. Hopefully, I don't miss too much.
The winner of bronze medal in the seniority women's epee, Republic of Korea.
ქალთა შორის სასიფარგავაში მომუშინდეს ბრინჯაოს პრიზიორი ხდება კორეის საკრები.
And on rock for Team of Italia.
ახალზე მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ბრინჯაოს პრიზიორი კორეის რესპუბლიკის დაშლით უხარიკავე ქალთა ნაკრები. წარმატებებს უსურვებთ იტალიის ნაკრებს მომავალ შეჯიბრებზე. გადავდივართ მამაკაცთა შეჯიბრებაზე გრაფიტ ფარიკაობაში. სულ მალ დავიწყებთ მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის გადამწყვეტ ფინალურ შეხვედრას.
And we're back.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Just in time for the walk on.
the seniority men's falling for the
Gold medal bout, Italy versus USA. Oh, right, that phenomenal comeback that we peaked at against the Hungarians.
ერთმანეთსვლებიან იტალიისა და ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატების ნაკრებები.
The final between Team of Italy and Team of USA. Team of Italy,
Looks we got Italy on the left, USA on the right. Italy versus USA.
Alexander Macialas, Nick Epee, and Bryce Louis.
The referee of this final,
I wish there was a way to set this as centered, but we do what we can.
Mr. Paul Sitter.
Mr. Juan Auchi, and Mr. Ko Jong-hwan.
Started giving lessons now and coaching, and it's phenomenal. I love it. Shoulder is so sore. Come home every day and I lie down on my massage pillow for 20 minutes. But on the plus side, I'm excited to go to work, and I don't remember the last time I was excited to go to work versus just, okay, this is the thing I'm doing. It's fun, I guess. I don't actively hate it like some people do, which is very grateful for. But it's been a long time since I was excited to go to work. So a little bit off. Bianchi versus Itkin. Itkin's dad is, of course, Misha Itkin, who is a top U.S. fencer in his own right. Soon we'll see Alexander Macialas, who's dad Greg, who's a top U.S. fencer in his own right. We see a miss from Itkin, but very blade bendy, so he thinks it's stopped working already. But nope, it works, just missed. And one touch for Bianchi on a single leg counterattack. Slow from Itkin, mid-range lunge doesn't hit. Bianchi now going back into point in line, which is a straight arm. And quick one from Bianchi to get it through. Itkin just a little bit late to respond to the commitment from Bianchi, allowing him to finish the lunge in time. Trying for a flick over the back, misses. Bianchi trying for a quick counterattack of his own right, misses. Now Itkin building again. Bianchi runs away, makes the run, now builds his own. Coming in with a more forward on guard this time. Itkin attempting an attack and prep, does not get it. Bianchi finishes 3-0. I know a lot less about foil strategy than I do epee strategy, which is why my commentary is very different in foil versus epee. But you can just describe what happens in foil much more easily than in epee. because more obvious things are happening. And epee is all about commitment and psychology. It can give you up right away. Bianchi coming forward. It can parry, riposte, misses the remise. Maybe Bianchi gets through early. And we've got a 4-0 lead for Italy. And we saw this in the Hungarian bronze medal bout, and that basically sealed the deal. On the other hand, with the US came back from a huge deficit against against Hungary in the round of 4. Cialis building, he's another one of the really top fencers. Maki, of course, equally good. This whole thing's going to be like just a slobber knocker. Maki off target. Can't believe they're filming this at 1280p. Attack arrives from Cialis. Very, very late. It's barely snuck it in the time. Attack off target from Cialis. He's a very slow and methodical fencer. So expect this to take most of the period for him to get his touches. Attack, yeah, that's definitely Cialis taking the bleed. He's initiating the blade contact. I got a slow build-up from Maki as he speeds up, pushes down, takes a lot of space quick. Attack off target. Almost a really great counter-attack from Cialis. Didn't quite get far enough away in time. But good enough to avoid the colored light, which is nice. Attack. Parry. I'm pretty sure that's Cialis's. I don't know why Maki thinks it's his. This is, yeah, his attack is no. Attack, riposte arrives, remise arrives. Post arrives, counter-attack arrives, whatever it is. I'm pretty sure that's Cialis's. That's Bryce Louis, and it's probably Misha Itkin. Honestly, the best thing they could do, not the best thing they could do, one thing they could do that would be pretty easy to make this go a lot better would be to put the video replay near the ref. So you could take 2 steps in the video replay as opposed to like a 20-minute hike. It was especially bad during the Olympics. Yeah, attack arrives. I don't know who this ref is, but I think I like his calls. I recognize him now from just watching a bunch of these. So more slow, methodical fencing from Cialis is forcing Maki down into his distance, his tempo. And able to respond to it pretty well. Pretty consistent with that duck back parry, with that jump back parry. Not quite enough to to avoid it completely, but enough to reliably keep it as off target. Although that looked very on the back. Kind of an aborted attack from Cialis, looking for a counter, looking for a counter, looking for a counter, and finds it. That same low line closeout as Maki keeps his blade low and Cialis slams his forearm into it. And once again, we're probably going to miss some action here. Yeah, parry with the elbow. Cialis slowly attack off target. Yeah, a little bit late from Cialis. Marcialis slowly and methodically bringing it back in. It makes some sense for the video replay to be back from the walking space. Yeah, but that's like kind of far. I feel like if you hold it behind him, even just like a couple of steps behind him, he's mostly going back left and right, not front and back, so it's fine. Cialis has almost brought this back entirely. Cialis has brought this back entirely. If the quick one catching Maki sleeping. Cialis is just really good at angles, like really good at angles. And so he's in positions where he's like threatening, but you don't think he's able to hit you, so you don't respond like it's a threat. And that's what he did there. Hopping, hopping. Now we're back into slow advance forward. Misses over the shoulder, but Maki only gets enough target from it, so it's fine. So I was trying, Maki trying just a more measured sort of defense where he's threatening a counterattack just by holding his blade out to give Marcialis something to deal with as he comes forward. As opposed to actively searching for the blade where Marcialis is searching around it. Works pretty well there where he gets the parry and then riposte. Anyway, during the Olympics, it was a legitimately like a 2-minute walk to get to the video replay for the ref every single time. Not 2 minutes, like a 30-second walk every single time, and it slowed the action down tremendously. Ooh, perfect timing there from Marcialis. Maki, slow, fast, and the moment he slows down, Marcialis is in with the counterattack. And Maki is stuck in his motion. Another really good angled shot from Marcialis. Very, it's the same thing. He's slowly, methodically, not doing anything crazy, but very, very precisely getting. I can't believe they're making him wear an armband. Put mine on my bag. Very, very precisely. Just touch, touch, touch, touch, touch. All of a sudden, he's found the distance. He's figured out Maki's timing, and now it's a from 5-0 down to 8-6, which is astounding. Ooh, good one there from Marcialis, calling for covering from Maki. Calling for covering though from Marcialis. Not giving it. Not willing to burn a challenge on it, I guess. Which is weird because you get one per leg. Somehow, Maki does not get his tip on target there. I don't know what happened, but it did not. That's attack parry or post from Marcialis. A 8-2 leg to just absolutely demolish Maki. Remember when Marcialis was gonna retire after like Tokyo? And now here he is in the gold medal finals. Still demolishing. How old is this guy? His sister Francis too. Or she used to at least. It's only 31. Why was he retiring? Was it Greg? No, not Greg. Was it Meinhardt? Garrick's 34 and in the database twice for some reason. Not my database, FIE database. Attack no from Marini. Attack off target from Meinhardt. His wife, Garrick's wife, just won gold in the women's event. singles, which completes her sweep of her career sweep of golds. She's won a gold in everything there is to win gold in. Straight attack from Marini. Meinhardt and Kiefer. Oh, yeah. But then they realized they weren't doing anything in med school anyway, so they decided to keep fencing. Attack no from Marini, attack no from Meinhardt, remise from Meinhardt, and Marini gives up the right of way. Marini, another one of these just incredibly lanky foil fencers who's all arms and legs. I think that goes to Meinhardt. Marcialis retiring at 26 would have been weird, now that I think about it. That's a completely worthless view of the action. That's also a completely worthless view of the action. I guess it's cinematic. You get the lens flare off the Marini Lemay. Tackle. Yeah, that's Marcialis's. Not Marcialis, Meinhardt's. Man, I miss Imbeden. He was cool. It's attack no from Marini, attack off target from Marcialis. That was a tight one to hear, but you can see Marini stop, the light not go on as Marini goes off target. They started their own coaching business. That's cool. Reinhardt in point in line. Trying for a counterattack there, doesn't quite get it. Marini off target again. I understand it's important in foil, as Marini gets the remise kind of a weird flicky touch. But you do kind of want to be able to hit. Like everybody's falling off target. I think it's because they're falling just a little bit short and landing on the arm instead. So if they just committed a little bit more, I think they'd hit. Maybe it would be really bad for foil. I think Marini really wants a cover and call. Meinhardt's kind of twisting his head around. So his attack, maybe not, maybe just thinks he hit. Ooh, that is big news. All the other coaches in the business, Mario Zagunis, of course, one of the goats of women's saber. Kaylin Xie from Korea, who just graduated from Notre Dame, as you know, all kinds of medals and accolades already, and she's only like 22. Virgili Sakoshi, a really good trust there from Meinhardt, kind of a score me infighting one, but works out well for him. And we get slow-mo. Marini misses over the shoulder. Marini misses. Okay, Meinhardt slow on the counterattack. Marini remise arrives 3-2. And Ariel Simmons, who's one of the great U.S. fencers who never quite made it internationally. Sort of a lost generation of men's epee between like Imrek and now, and ooh, phenomenal counterattack from Marini, bringing it back within one as Meinhardt just falls short. Yeah, kind of a lost generation of men's epees between the fourth place Olympics Ben Bratton, Karen Thompson. Good single light from Meinhardt there. Kind of trading blows now. And Seth Kelsey. And then a lot of like really, really good U.S. fencers who just never quite made it internationally. The exception, of course, of Jason Pryor. And now we have Imrek and that crowd who are doing really good again. Meinhardt early beat, taking over right away. Another one as Marini just holds his hand out as a defensive tactic to keep Meinhardt away. Works really good if your arms are 17 feet long. Meinhardt falls short. Marini falls short on the counterattack. Very active blade work from Meinhardt, but he cannot get in. And he's looking for the blade. He's looking for the blade, and Marini manages to find the timing for the counterattack. The problem is Meinhardt's far enough away that if he lunges a full lunge, Marini will be able to get away in time. So he's not attacking. So that opens the opportunity for Marini to counterattack. Parry off target from... Not parry off target. Parry, and then the riposte misses from Meinhardt. Tommaso finishes through. And now he's back in the lead. This is kind of two... And now 7-2 solidly in Marini's favor. This is now 3 straight legs where it's gone back and forth, where one side or the other has just absolutely dominated. Meinhardt looks a little bit injured. His right leg looks a little bit off, actually, now that, just in that last action. Good adjustment, though, where he's working for more aggressive counterattacks. Attack off target. Meinhardt, not much of a lunge in that counterattack either. Building in. Ooh, that was clutch. Really good touch there from Meinhardt. Going early this time against Marini where he wasn't quite set on the distance yet. Attack parry off target. Early parries from Meinhardt. But it does give him right away, so it works out well, and we go to the end of the period. Shockingly, we did not reach time on that. That was a really slow period. So we have Itkin and Maki, both of whom got kind of beat up in their first legs. And so now we kind of see who's willing to take redemption. An early straight attack from Itkin for a single light. Gives him one up and equalizes the bout. Itkin manages to finish. I think Maki wants him to stop. Wants a stop, but no, I'm pretty sure that was just Itkin's. Yeah. We'll see. They're tighter about calling stops now than they have been in the past. Yeah, so still Itkin's attack though. Back and forth, much higher velocity fencing now. They'll use that term for long. Yeah, okay, so that's 1 from Mackie misses, 2 from Itkin misses, 3 from Mackie hits, and then 4 from Itkin hits, but Mackie has the head right away. Parry from Itkin, just whiffs on their post. Good feint to get Mackie to stop. Then Rami's counterattack to the shoulder to get the touch. Blocking out Itkin as he goes for his fourth. I can't imagine this doesn't work. Yeah, just whiffs off the side. And early going say this is going to be an Itkin slaughter of Mackie. So nobody's able to fence square in this bout, this team bout. Just going to be one side throwing haymakers after the other, haymakers of like a leg. Slow build up from Itkin as he goes, and then I think that was 2 actions. I don't know if Mackie has a replay left, but one. Yeah, I think that was kind of a 2 actiony kind of an attack. I don't think he has a replay left. Oh. Oh, Itkin whipped! Ooh, that was really good from Itkin, but second one from Mackie. Keeping it kind of close. Itkin missed. Now I think something's broken. Because that was really good of a hit. Oh, he landed flat. That should have gone off. I'm not sure. Like, it looks like it must have hit. But it is possible where you can hit, and then you hit like this, and so your tip never lands, it blade just bends around. Should get an epee out for a demonstration for next stream, maybe. We'll see. It's like kind of awkward to use though. Yeah, just on the bend. Ooh, finish from Maki, and suddenly we've got ourselves an equal bout. Going to 22, so noodle blades. Single light from Itkin finishes strong. 6-4 leg is good. 6-6 leg is good either way. Yeah, it happens in epee too, though. A lot of people do late. A lot of beginning fencers in epee. Ooh, I missed from Itkin there. Do late extensions from underneath, and they get the same issue, and then they think their blade doesn't work. Like, but it bent, but you went flat. Yeah, 6-6. Maki finishes it off after a 5-1 start for Itkin. Really good comeback from Maki. You get caught on late extensions. Late extensions is a very epee specific problem. Have you been fencing epee? You got Bryce Louis on now for probably Meinhardt, which is absurd that this is your sub. Bryce is really, really good. And already get the first one in. Pushing on Bianchi, pushing on Bianchi. Really deep knee bends to steal the distance without committing with his feet. Long actions. Just an incredibly long attack all the way through from Louis. He's like, how old is he? We missed an entire action, but I guess Bianchi got the touch. Bristol's 23. And once again, he's in the database twice. I don't know if they're aware of that. Ooh, tried for a really sneaky, cheeky back flick and missed. Because you're terrified of getting the blade taken because of previous clubmates. I mean, it's a valid fear with an early extension in foil. You're gonna... So, Bryce's acceleration is really, really good, and Bianchi's having a lot of trouble dealing with it. He's really lucky that one was off target. Again, with the bending in to get there. We have hit 200 views. I have never done this on a live stream before. Did Bryce find the blade there? Tight. I heard something, but I'm not sure how much they're going to give him credit for it. No. Okay, so just a counterattack. Like, blade extensions and foil are good, though. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I think that's attack right. Did he just go? I was wondering that said 22 for a second. No, I was blind. Yeah, well, we missed a touch. Bianchi's got 24. Pretend it was the more bad replay stuff. There it is. Oh, we got caught on the bell, which is hard to do in foil. Maybe after a few practices. Hey, it's off season. Everybody's losing steam. Everybody's a little bit rusty. Bryce misses again. This is from an early lead. This is getting pretty solidly Italian with a four touch lead and two straight legs. Time for Marcialis and or Meinhardt to pull off another 12-point comeback. Yeah, he just whiffs off the side. You can see Louis. Cialis. Waiting. The slow angle, just holding his blade way out of danger. Just Marnie cannot find it, and just waiting for his opportunity to get it on target. And he misses, and he wants covering. Will he get it? I think he should. Yeah. Guess not. Attack off target. Really good defense from Marcialis. Really demonstrating a defense in depth strategy where you're just constantly searching for things without ever overcommitting to one defensive action. and thus one of them will eventually land. In the meantime, you're making your opponent work for every bit, and the more they work, the more opportunity there's for them to mess up. There you go. Good finish from Macialis. You can see the moment when Marini runs away, and that's when Macialis comes, charges in on his own. That's when he knows he's got the advantage. Ooh. Macialis dodges the first one, ends up a little bit stuck on his legs in a really good parry from Macialis, I think. Ooh, good attack from Macialis. Starting to really build it up, and he's definitely complaining out of the ref about the head covering. Single leg from Macialis. Just completely closing out that four-line. And Marini was attacking in the four-line, and it worked out for him. And just stuck in it. So Macialis closed it off. Oh. Marini landed flat? Unclear. Another weird one. But Macialis up 4-2 with 2 minutes left to go, so a really strong early showing from him. He's got 2 more to go to finish. But he misses that one, so that's one for Marini. Marini only needs 2 more to escape this period. Attack parry to post Marini. Attack Macialis. No, that's attack Macialis, 100%. Marini, you can't hear me, but like that was attack Macialis. I guess it was an attack Macialis. The searching lost him right away. So that might be the bout actually. That might be the match. Macialis could have made a comeback or kept it close. Then it would have been interesting, but giving up a 5-touch lead there is really bad. I think that's Meinhardt just a little bit more. Oh, nope, gives it to Maki. Okay. Attack off target. Parry from Maki there. Meinhardt on the defense. Finish from Maki to get 3. And now we have the 7 Meinhardt back in from Louis. I guess you're right, they did. I didn't even notice. I don't know if that was a specific situational thing. I think that was Meinhardt's. They give it. He's never really like there's a miss from Maki, and Meinhardt's never really committed to an attack till he hits. I don't know if that's a situational thing where they want that one specific leg from Louis. I don't know if they were like Louis gets one shot at doing this, and then if it's because Louis beat Bianchi 15-8 in Vancouver. That was a while ago. Listen, listen. I saw that. I'm gonna epee. That's all I have to say on that matter. Nah, you're fine. I don't mind. Okay. I was gonna say that. To be clear, I was gonna say that was attack off target from the right. Maki needs to get just again. That's a suspiciously short lame that he's wearing there. They have to go down a little bit farther, I think. Meinhardt goes in, Meinhardt goes in, Meinhardt whiffs. Because like you didn't even hit me. And that was a really bad leg for the US, but a really good leg for Italy. Really good, really well timed counterattack from Maki. And now we need miracles to happen for the US to win. This can't be right. It's gotta be. Yeah, I don't know why the scorekeepers are setting every leg. The it's been wonky every time, like all the time here, this Worlds. That's the second time they've had to bump it up. Anyway, 10-point lead for Italy. We've seen the U.S. make some big comebacks in the semis against Hungary, but top to bottom, the Italian team is much better than the Hungarian team. So it's going to be much more difficult. They can't get the leg points correct either. Well, now that they had to add 5 points to Marini's score to get the box score right, the leg score is actually technically sort of correct. Hungary trolled. I mean, I guess. It can hold off that attack, begins to build a zone, and see him take some space, I hope. A really good slow pass there to get one. The good news is that as it can beat so hard he breaks Marini's blade. This is the one against France. They did, and it was a heck of a bout. I think that's Itkins. It's a little bit more committed, a little bit sooner. Ref is probably going immediately to check the box. Yeah. See, I can get some calls, right? Ha. You don't like Marini's fencing style. Probably because he's all arms and legs going crazy. That's attack, no parry, no parry, riposte, arise. Or when Itkin, so then we're going to kind of starting to get in there. Attack, parry, riposte off target. Starting to get a little bit somewhere for the US. Here in the 8th leg, we've got over 2 minutes left to fence. And it's 4-1 Itkin. As he just barely whiffs a counterattack there, Marini finishes over the top. That was a really nice touch. It doesn't matter how often you see them, a well-timed back flick is always kind of cool. Do I know why they did the opening ceremony at day 3? I do not. Really good defense there from Itkin. Long arm to hold Marini out, and then finds the blade parry to post. I assume they're doing teams before they finish individuals so that they can keep teams on 2 days and not have fencers stay there for forever. You know, it would be weird to have like the women's foilers. Ooh, single late there from Itkin. Now we've got a 6-2 lead, and it's kind of getting a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, you know, like the women's epee show up day 1. No reason to make them wait for 2 days of 2 day, like 3 or 4 days to fence teams. Teams fence an incomplete T32. That's correct. And then on top of that, they fence places from the 16. So a lot of team fencing. Clean parry to post from Itkin. That was phenomenal. Just the same kind of aggressive off the line that we saw before, but this time Marini committed too early, and Itkin got the touch, and then another one, Itkin trying to just sneaking in under Marini's counterattack. Marini good to win in the middle. He won the box, and then he paused, and then Itkin went and kind of nicked Marini's hand on the counterattack, unfortunately. Oh no, Marina's gonna have to fence left-handed. The horror. Jokes aside, I do recommend every once in a while, maybe like once a season, fencing offhanded. It can really force you to focus on distance because your bleed work immediately goes to absolute shit, and your distance sense stays the same. So now your distance is the better thing, and so you use it more, and so you get better at it, and you learn to understand how you can really use it to help you fence. Footwork transfers kind of. Blade work doesn't transfer hardly at all. You just do your basic extensions. It's a really good way to limit your fencing in a way that makes it better. And then from Nitkin, Marini starting to build. Itkin in and out. Really aggressive, kind of expecting him to go for a counterattack soon. Marini just very slowly taking distance. Ooh. Attack, counterattack from Itkin misses. Hermes lands, I think, on the thigh, and then he still has time to do the closeout. Really good one. I think that was Itkin's. I think that was Marini found the blade, then Itkin found the blade. Then they both hit. Marini found the blade, Itkin found the blade, and then hit. And we don't know what the call was. But it was Itkin's. So fast into slow. As Marini is threatening, Itkin lunges, whiffs. Marini starting to build. Itkin with the same defensive style, throwing in point and line just to make him think. 48 seconds left. Marini might even just be trying to run the clock out, holding on to this lead, just with this slow attack. But really, if Itkin gets like even a 9-2 was really good, but if Itkin gets another 1 or 2, it'd be phenomenal for him. Attack off target. Marini finds a blade and holds this time. Have some balls. Go for that point in line. Yeah. The friend of ours who loves point in line at every opportunity. He's using it. He's using it a lot. Hasn't quite committed to it yet, but then again, neither did like your opponent has to attack into the line kind of for it to be useful. Otherwise, you can't score with it. I guess they don't have to. Again, one leg on the back line. Goes forward, Marini counters. Itkin parries the counter, lands on. There's 10th touch with only 11 seconds left. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. That was a really, really good touch. Ballsy move on the back line to intentionally give up right away like that. And a 10-2 leg from Itkin. Really brought the US all the way back into this. And because they didn't reach the target score, Itkin is now not Itkin. Who's closing? Marcialis probably is closing. Has more room to work because he has 8 touches to give to reach instead of 5. That was a phenomenally good leg from Itkin on a number of levels. Marcialis Bianchi. This will be interesting. I know who Bianchi is. I don't know anything about his fencing. I think I watch more women's foil than men's foil, frankly, because Kiefer's so good. I think Marcialis has been consistently positive in this bout. So we're striking the same. Ooh, squeeze attack from counterattack from Bianchi to get 1. But again, Marcialis has an 8 to play with, which is really good for him. Was a little bit short there. Bianchi slips on the Hermes. Marcialis finds the blade. Bianchi gives it up. Marcialis misses. Bianchi misses. Marcialis off target. Your team men's foil. Early attack from Bianchi into immediate point in line. Into Marcialis misses. See if we get live match details. We do, and they even look accurate. Ooh, surprise attack from Bianchi. Panic pair from Marcialis doesn't quite get it. Doesn't quite get it, but just enough. Marcialis went 10-2 in his first round and 4-5 in his second round, so he's well positive on the day and kept it tight. See if he can start making something happen here. Attack off target is another attempted squeeze from Bianchi. That's a twisting attack. Really good slow fast there from Bianchi. Marcialis still not managing to get his tip on. Pair from Marcialis. Bianchi immediately into line. Manages to use the line successfully to make Marcialis fall short. That was slow build. The line is really good at keeping Marcialis out. Even if he's like myself, is pining it consistently. And kind of a headbutt there, which is less than ideal. Ooh, that was actually a really hard headbutt. That might be worth a jostling call. Like, Bianchi is clearly coming in. Yeah. Yellow card for jostling. Well deserved. He wants you to bind the point in line. He wants you to take it. Because then you're going to attack off of it. And you're too far, and then you attack, and then he runs away. So he's using it to set the distance. It's okay for him if you take it. Really good from Bianchi there, not to turn the back. Yeah. To be fair, against most of the people you fence, you might be able to hit it. Just because you have the range advantage here. All right, well, Marcialis's cushion is kind of gone. The 3 touches Itkin left him. Wow! That was really good. Following the target all the way around. Getting sideways. It's hard to bind in foil just because you like bind into the bell. You can't really, it's hard to trap the blade, but I guess if you make it work, it's good. Ooh. Good finish from Bianchi. Marcialis looking for the counterattack. Got a minute left. Marcialis really needs to push now. Bianchi knows that. Attacks into the push. Ends off target. Nothing really changes. Bianchi attacks into the off target. Marcialis just not prepared for Bianchi's not to go backwards. I'm not really sure why. He's really got to get a step on target. And he's just not managing to do it. Finds the blade. We go right back into point in line. Off target. Which is better than losing the touch, but I really got to push now. Bianchi's done a phenomenal job of slowing him down. Yeah, that's Marcialis's. Attack stops. Bianchi searches. Marcialis remuses. Macialis remises. Only 3. Bianchi misses. Only 2. Good attack from Macialis. It's covered in sweat, as you would expect after fencing this hard for this long. See what happened here. Straight attack. And Bianchi just misses off the side. You have so much target. Like the whole torso is target, and all these foilers keep missing. Okay, now Bianchi in this really successful point in line. Core, kind of, maybe. Guess it doesn't matter. All right. Cialis needs to really push. He's got the advantage. Like, there it is. There's a really good attack. 27 seconds left. Cialis needs 1 touch. Attack, parry, or post. Yeah. Fast, good attack from Bianchi. Cialis just barely finds a blade and just barely gets a post on. This is going to be a really clutch 26 seconds. Attack off target. Lucky touch. Lucky from Macialis. Bianchi not willing to sit and wait anymore, going to push. Which is great, especially on foil, because you have the right of way. Oh, the squeeze. Gets him with it again. That was so crucial. I still think Macialis can do it. With 12 seconds left. That's attack left. Yeah. Now it's going to be hard. Yeah, but Macialis is not a fast fencer. 13 seconds is a lot of foil time. Macialis is not a fast fencer. It's a good one there. But if Bianchi runs away, I don't know that Macialis can really catch him. Spinning. That's crucial. That's really big because that's a red card. And that's a free touch from Macialis. That was really big. And now Bianchi needs to not rely on that esquive, and it's been working really well for him. 5 seconds left. 1 touch. Ooh, that might be Macialis's. Going to the video, I hope. No, simultaneous. Wow. 1. Attack off target. Calling for covering. Or going off the strip. If he goes off the strip, that's a touch from Macialis. If he covers, that's a touch from Macialis. If he lands a counterattack, Macialis has a half a second to hit him. Ooh, okay, so that's about. Wow. Okay, that was phenomenal. That was a really close bout, really well fought. Congrats to the Italians on winning world championships once again. Kind of a strange bout. We got 2 10-touch legs from the losing side, which is rare. We got 2 shutout legs from the losing side, which is more common. We got a 5, a 7, and a 6, and 3 5s, 4 5s, a 7, and a 6 from the winning side. and an 8 or 7 or 6 or whatever. Oof. Okay. That was fun. Wasn't that fun? That was fun. I thought that was fun.
Şampiyonu was. İtalist Rakibin Koparika oynamak zaten servis. Son bir olanlar şampiyonu.
The world champion of the senior men boys. Team of Italy.
I think Martial's a little bit too passive in the first couple of minutes of that leg. Would have liked to see him push a little harder. He only needed one more in the end.
Silver medalist team of United States of America.
And we're off to women's epee.
Rozpoczynamy kierowo, a to nie ułatwiała ekraniskę. Ladies and gentlemen, now please pay attention on the screen.
Now, we got a couple of minutes, I think, before the women's final starts.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Prancer Senior Team Women AP and referee for the final.
Kamalatonego izler. Daşnik Koparika ve Kalta. Gundur Şecibrebis. Final Şefedras. Miłe za odpinaliście w Sadan Sadzies. Now please welcome the finalists. Team Ali M. And Team France. Team AIM. Yana ve Ursula. Ayza Utasaeva. Kristina Jasinskaya. And Milen Babuge Kavimana.
Team of France, Marie-France Contessani. Éloise Maricel. Et Alexandra Louis-Marie.
The referees Saturday, Mr. Andrei Kolesnik, Mr. Lamchimi Eddie,
Mr. Adrian Spickman, Mr. Denis Ostrowski. Referee, please start the final.
Even reports that in Meinhardt's leg versus Marini, he lost a touch between bouts where the ref just took away a touch or the scorekeeper accidentally took away a touch or something, which is enormously huge. Again, because it's a a one-touch final. All right, epee time, epee time, epee time. We all love epee time. I lost all of my viewers. Holy cow. Skaya versus Alexander Louis Marie. If you're not aware, Lauren Rumby was supposed to fence for France and got a concussion in the semis. So we will probably not see her, or hope we won't see her. She should get better. Alexander Louis Marie, long, lanky French fencer, versus Yashinskaya, a long, lanky Russian fencer. In and out and in and out. She was absent from the fence presentation at the start of the bout. Okay, good. I was checking Discord. In and out and in and out, but not a lot of commitment and not a lot of real pressure applied. So just looking for an obvious advantage. Hopefully she's lying down in a dark room or at the hospital or something. I don't know how to treat a concussion. I'm gonna get 1 minute of really nothing happening in the fencing. I'm gonna get a little bit more push from Louis Marie. Sky a lot less willing to give up the distance now that she's in her warning box, which means we're getting a lot closer fencing and a lot more active fencing. Shinskaya really looking for that 8. Every time it comes, Louis backs off. Quick attack from Louis Marie, looking for an instinctive counterattack. Doesn't quite get it. Backs off, resets. We'll probably go to another non-combativity period. Louis Marie looks uninterested in pushing more, which makes sense. Expect most of the French fencers to be a little bit more defensive, and with 2 non-combativities, it's solidly in their advantage. Yep, that sounds like good advice, but I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to be a concussion expert here. I'm a fencing expert and a programming expert, an expert in a few other things, but not concussions. The Marie pushing. Shatskaya really needs to go because she will lose if she doesn't score. And Louis Marie has shown that she's not willing to do it. Really good touch there from Louis Marie. Not a lot that Yashinskaya could do about it. Just the classic 6 forward. Now I expect us to go to non-combativity. Ooh, right, yeah. Shinskaya tried 1 touch because it was that or lose. Louis Marie punished her for it. If she had gotten it, she probably would go for more. But now we're just going to back off and reset. Florence Condestamy being a good teammate, helping Louis Maria on the hook. Supporting your teammates is super important and also really fun. So you should do it. Marie Florence Condestamy, another long, lanky French group fencer. Urtazeveva, a little bit shorter, a little bit of a stiffer arm, very high tip in the on guard. Condestamy in that slight 8 that the French like. Holding your blade down there makes it harder to take. And then easy to bring it up. Good from Condestamy. Full extension without any commitment from the foot gives her time to realize that she missed, that Murtazayeva has taken the blade and to disengage and go low. And really commanding 3-1 lead, which is a weird thing to say, but that's women's epee for you. Wow. Excellent hit over the top from Condestamy. Easy, a good, hard, not hard, tricky flick to the arm there to get that touch. And just the French are never going to push in this situation. There's no reason for them to, and they're very comfortable sitting back and waiting. She's not being passive. Condestamy is not being passive. She's being active, but she's non-committal and she's fencing defensively. There's a really hard balance to find that a lot of people struggle with. She's pushing and threatening and active with the tip, but she's not committing to anything. She's only ever trying to draw out an attack from Murtazayeva. Just giving up all the distance, missing the counter, but not even trying to hit. Good touch there for Murtazayeva. I think that was a high-low. Condestamy kind of standing up a little bit, and the last 3 touches have been high. So Murtazayeva goes low and ducks under the counterattack. But she's still got a long way to go just to get even with Condestamy, who is being a little bit aggressive now. Murtazayeva content to give distance out so far. Wild shot to the foot from Condestamy. It really had no chance of hitting. Murtazayeva search in. Dangerous action because it's very easy to counterattack that. Gets away with it there. Much better that time. So she was like showing bad and then did good. And now she's equalized in the period. And she's also safe from passivity. Every time I talk about passivity, I think of David King doing it in random situations, but it's generally here. It's applicable here with a P red and fencing a defensive fencer. Condestamy wants to get a touch now. She's pushing, or she's not willing to sit back now that Murtazayeva's got 2 on her doing that. But that was a good opportunity. And Condestamy gets her own back. A really good counterattack. The same kind of thing where you push and you push and you push, but she's still doing it defensively because she's trying to draw a reaction, an attack from Murtazayeva that she can counter into. And now we go to the end of the okay. Now we go to the end of the second period. Condestamy has doubled the lead to 2. I got Eloise Van Russo, notable for being a non-binary fencer. They go by they, them. It's cool to see them here. If you are in the U.S., please write your congressperson, your senator, the U.S. Fencing Federation, the U.S. Olympic Committee, and really everybody you can think of. They have just banned trans fencers, unfortunately. And we should, I don't know, make noise at least till we get this back into a rational situation. Anyway, Van Riesel pushing in a very different style of fencing, more low to the ground, more willing to give up distance and push back in. She's a very they're a very push pulley kind of fencer. Mechmerzova with the French grip, but holding her hand very far back. She's hoping to get some extra space in the extension. Really good flush from Van Riesel to equalize the period and bring back that two-touch lead. Lots of really interesting lack of movement from Van Riesel. Where she? Oh, that was pretty. Anyway, lots of really interesting lack of movement from Van Riesel. She'll go, and she'll stop and be ready, and then go again. And that stop just really messes with the opponent. It's really good to see. They'll go and stop. And then they went and 6 to take the blade, and then they hit Bechmarzova on the long lunge. Just a really good touch. There it is again. Same thing. Took 6. Go. Excuse me. Just strong commitment on the take leads to them getting a really being able to hit a really long lunge. And now they've doubled the lead again. I want to see more of that stop and go. Ooh. A little bit late from Van Riesel, but Marzova with the counter. Van Riesel is not one of those French fencers willing to just wait it out. They're definitely much more aggressive. You can see where Kandasamy was looking for counterattacks. Van Riesel is looking for blade takes and offensive actions. That's really, she's much more, that makes them much more aggressive than Kandasamy. And much more of a offensive fencer. Not aggressive, like an offensively oriented fencer. "300 views. I am in shock." Kristina Yashidskaya versus Marie Florence Kandasamy in her second leg. An enormous amount of bracelets. Kandasumi. Shinskaya is as tall as Kandasumi. This is some very long, lanky women fencing tonight. But Kandasumi really willing to sit back and wait for Shinskaya to come. Shinskaya going to have a lot of trouble doing it, and she needs to really push. Because whatever she builds, a straight attack is never going to work. It's going to take her a while to build it. She's only got 30 seconds left to do it. Really close there from Kandasumi, really getting in deep into Yashinskaya's guard. Double there. Fine. Such a very low scoring bout. We're not really expecting to get to any points. I'm not going to end any bout on touches, not on time. Shinskaya hoping to catch Kandasumi coming forward right now, which Kandasumi is like a little bit willing to go forward, which is a little surprising. Ooh, really good touch from Kandasumi. Shows the forward motion, cuts it short, and then over the top on the counter. Now 4-touch lead. This is a very clinical 4-touch lead. Statement from Van Rissel, and then just shut down fencing from the other two, Kandasumi and Louis Marie. Kandasumi just holding her blade out, keeping Sky at bay while she runs away. Resets. Double. Shinskaya actively pulling Kandasumi. Kandasumi actively refusing the pull. Now Shinskaya has given up on it really fast and starting to push forward. Now Kandasumi is starting to push forward back. He's looking for the counterattack again. Shinskaya is pushing, Kandasumi is pushing. Kandasumi is hoping that when she pushes, Shinskaya will attack into that push. Like that. And then Kandasumi can back off and get the counterattack. Like that. Really well done touch from Kandasumi. A little bit wild from Yashinskaya. She's like Kandasumi is never really committing, and Yashinskaya is looking for the blade as if she is committing, and so Kandasumi is just disengaging around, and then Yashinskaya is like with the arm because she can't find the blade because she's looking for the blade and doesn't have it. So she's coming in with her arm back and then gets hit. So we come to the last half of this last bout of the day. If you're watching this, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you enjoy this and like what I do, please check out my Patreon or my Discord, or my Ko-Fi, both of which are /fencing database, patreon.com/fencing database, ko-fi.com, that's ko-fi /fencing database. There's also a Discord link in the description. Come hang out, chat about fencing. I love to talk about fencing, and I'm usually around to do it. So if you have any kind of questions about technique or strategy or what's going on, or want me to roast your fencing, we can do that. I also have a sponsor over on the far side of the screen, fechtklingen.de. They have the cheapest and the best blades in Europe. They just came out with their own line of gloves and socks. And they do a lot to support the war in Ukraine. That's 5% off if you go there. And then 5% of that goes to me, and that helps the channel. And then also some of that goes to the war in Ukraine on the Ukrainian side. I think it's an orphanage they sponsor. Anyway, 30 seconds into the second period, a solid 5 touch lead for France. Bakhmurzova versus Louis Marie. Question from Louis Marie, and Bakhmurzova just looking very, very depressed and downhearted. Thank you to T-Powered Robot. Ooh, that was really good. Phenomenal touch to the foot from Louis Marie coming out of absolutely nowhere. Thank you to T-Powered Robot, who is my only Patreon, my long supporter, hype woman, server mom, for posting the links. She's really cool. And I would probably not be doing this if not for her, because frequently she's been the only person tuning into stream and chatting with me. And it's much worse doing this with nobody there. 6 flesh from Louis Marie to get a third. And totally not a robot. None of us are robots. My username is definitely not Robot Reader everywhere. 6 flesh from Louis Marie, really good. Now 15-7. And I don't know who the best woman on this Russian squad is, this AIN squad is, but somebody needs to step up and do something. And that's not it. I guess it's probably Murtazayeva because she closed the last one. Cinematic angle. A little bit hard to see what's happening. Flash cream from Louis Marie. This is really blowing my mind because she looks like she's such a classical Russian. It looks like she's got just such a classical French fencer, and then she does things like 8 foot and flush cream, which are wild touches, especially the flush cream. But like it works for her, and now she's at 17-8. So straight flush, easy double. Bekhmarzova not building anything. She's not. She looks demoralized and depressed, and she's not really actively fencing anymore. She's just sort of hanging out there, wondering what will happen next. And it's made it really easy for Louis Marie to win, to score, to just absolutely demolish this bout, this leg. Louis Marie flesh. Attempted duck from Bekhmarzova. Does not get it in time because of a good extension by Louis Marie. Another flush from Louis Marie. It's gonna be a lot of those, or you might even just go to the end of the period now. So Lee Marie almost got the touches. She's 3 shy of the 25 she needs. Bekmazova with 5 on her own, but I think all 5 were doubles. That really is worthless for her. Eloise Van Riesel. And is it not? No. You'd be closing. I guess it is not. Mutazayeva. I guess this is still the second leg. Second, third. All right, 10 touches in the lead. Fantastically dynamic fencer in Eloise Van Riesel. Murtazeva probably the best the AIN team has to offer. Oh, this is really fun to watch. My other trans friend said they were a big fan of Eloise Van Riesel, and then they went and found they were non-binary, and they're like, oh my god, I love them even more. And I can see why they love their fencing. This is really fun to watch. They're not at all like any kind of a classical French fencer. I wonder what their story is. Ooh, it almost hit the hand, and then core, so nothing done. But this stop and go stuff is, ooh, good counter from Murtazayeva. It's almost reminding me of an Italian guy, like not a specific Italian guy, but how the Italian men fence in general. The stop and go from Van Riesel. They do also have great hair. Oh, that's such a foil thing to do. What are you doing? Oh, high low from Murtazayev. I'm pretty sure that was on the foot. Van Riesel not quite able to hold her off. High low, yeah, onto the leg. That's a fun one because as your opponent leans back and backs up, their front leg is the last thing to move. So if you're going for any kind of an attack into a retreating fencer, always a good option to go low. Why is she doing this? Why are they doing that with their hand? That's crazy. It's not even really working. Hey, Battlepolian, you're way late. And so do 10 push-ups. Ooh, miss over the top from Van Riesel. Much as they have bringing back 3, the first positive lead. We got practice bouts going on the outside. Customers over warming up somebody. I did say 10 push-ups. And be lucky I didn't say 10 burpees. Feel lucky I didn't say 10 burpees. Push strong attack forward from Van Riesel. Again, looking for the blade, doesn't quite find it. Again, missing over the top to Murtazayeva's duck. Probably going to get a lot of shit for their point control. But, you know, there's not a lot Murtazayeva can. Oh, that was really good. I often see a counterattack from somebody jumping backwards. I don't know how late to the stream. Just do go all the way down, go all the way up, and that's enough. Now that I'm coaching, make the kids do push-ups, and they don't like it, and they never do them right. So if you do them right, I'll be happy. All right, 13 seconds left. Murtazaeva a little bit more active, pushing. Van Riesel still super active, not really able to find the blade, and I think that's what they want. So not a lot of aggressive action from them. Forward leg from Murtazaeva, not bad. I don't know how late to the stream you'd have to be for me to make you run a 10K. But more than 3 hours late, 4 hours late. I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's a long stream. Kabimana. The Russians are doing quite strong for being behind this much, though. If you mean in the tournament, yes. If you mean in this bout, no. That was their first positive leg, and most of their touches have been doubles. And they've not really been able to get anything going. And this is their sub now, so I think this is kind of them waving the white flag. Which I wish they would do in real life. Kandasumi less willing to give distance here because she knows she's better, I think, than Kabimana, isn't willing to not to go back for no reason. Kabimana makes her pay. Strong flush there. Yeah, especially in the first period. They went two. Yeah, good flush there from, I guess, Bavuga. In the first period, they definitely had to push for the P card. And then Luri Murray got the touch, and then kind of the team has never looked back. Long lunge from Gandasumi, doesn't quite get there. Bavuge. Now Kandasumi's a little bit more active now that Bavuge is showing the threat of the flesh. Double there. Two tempo action from Bavuge. 1-2, and then that second tempo gave Kandasumi just enough time to get the flesh in. Bavuge was fleshing, but gave Kandasumi enough time to get a tip on target for the double. Bavuge had committed immediately to the flesh, would have been a single light. She's got 6 touches to go. She really needs to push. She wants to get more than 1. Yeah. Feels weird to go into a digression on the different uses of the word tempo, but the fencing coach's 2 tempo is a slightly different usage than what I'm using here. It took her 2 tempos to get to the flush, but it was not a 2 tempo flush. Really good touch there from Kandasumi. Sort of a 7 that you don't see very often. Missed the leg, and then 7 remise. I thought she took the blade, but no, so just the normal, just your usual 7 remise to the thigh, which is a very normal touch from the most classic of fencers. Easy one there from Kandasumi. Now that she knows Bavuge has that flesh in her bag, she's just easy to deal with it. Active tip now from Gandasamy. Vuga solidly in defense mode. Probably looking for that flesh when it comes, but Kandasamy's not going to give her what she's looking for. And she's not really doing anything positive to draw it out. To set up the situation, she's just hoping for it. It worked once as a surprise, but not more often. Double there. Oh, it doesn't matter. Got, 35. We're going to 35. We got 34 seconds. Well, that is the fencing coach's one tempo theory. It always hits me how fast and quickly these points come, and how suddenly small actions you never expect will become a point. This is the fencing coach's one tempo theory. It's just that you do these small actions, and most of them don't go anywhere, but you do them and you look to see the reaction you get from your opponent. And then you one tempo to look, and then if the opening is there, your second one tempo action is to hit. And so it's just a lot of these small actions. Kandasamy thinks Kabimano is off, but I don't think Babuge could have hit if she was off. So I don't know how that missed. That's the parry. I don't know how the post missed. Yeah, that's a touch. Just a wild whiff from Kandasamy you don't see very often. And end of the period. Shinskaya. Oh, the size of the action is really important, because the more you do, the more committed you are. And it matters in Saber too, and you should probably work on that. The basic theory in epee is that if you could do a bigger action, then you should. If you need a bigger action to get the reaction you want, then you should have started it closer instead. And if you do the action and you're close and you don't get a response, then you should be able to just finish straight and hit them before they can do anything about it. Usually instead what happens is you do a small prep and they take a small step backwards. Or they've done a different prep that you need to avoid, or it's a double. Low from Van Riesel. Shinskaya very active with the tip. Van Riesel matching that energy. They're a lot less willing to commit this time. And they're not really able to set up the way they did in the previous bouts, because Shinskaya is so actively pressing with the tip. And then she gets one back there. We are at 1-0, not 5-4. But we are still a 6-point lead. And Riesel not backing down this time, which has slowed Shinskaya down, and made, I think, Van Riesel look a little bit more comfortable. Now they're backing up though. Then Shinskaya is still slower though, which is probably good for Van Riesel. And there it is, attack and prep that they can time now, because Shinskaya has been a little bit less wild with the tip, less active with the tip. Good flush there from Van Riesel. Not willing to wait for Shinskaya anymore, because I think they know that Shinskaya is not really attacking anything. Yeah, Shinskaya is taking and going, but she's not forward threatening. So she takes it and she goes, and then Riesel just flushes into that almost as soon as Shinskaya does the blade take. And then Van Rissel does that classic just wait and pause. It's so fun to see a fencer actively use not moving into the preem, and now it's a early lead from Yashinskaya. Looked really confident. Great adjustment from Van Rissel to totally take back control of the bout. In and out, very crazy stuff they're doing with her blade. Yashinskaya just keeps doing that two take. She's already gotten hit with it once, and it might happen again. But she's got to try to do something more. Fortunately, she's caught by time, and she's caught by losing the bout. And now she's caught by Van Riesel's 2. That might have been 8. It's probably an 8. Really high 8. And on top of that, she fell off the piece, which is always annoying. Flush. That's a 2. 2 and then up. Well, we typically look at size via footwork and setup, but the hand and general action always feels like I just need to work on correct speed and reaction into the correct target. Yeah, but if your actions are big, then your speed is slow. If your actions are small, then your speed is high because you're moving less. You can run a 5K faster than you can run a 10K just because you're running less. Yeah, it's not her fault. It is annoying. It is the FIU's fault. I wish they just put some cardboard wooden boxes on the side for a little bit more of a runoff. Venusa wants to just end the bout. Shinskaya said no. Venusa's like, okay, I'll go hit you then. 2, and now now they're gonna back off. Yeah, but technical stuff is something you can do on your own. Just shadow fence and imagine your opponent coming. Louis Marie looking to close this one out against Murtazayeva. Halt called before the touch. Ref gives it anyway. A lot of searching for Murtazayeva. A lot of disruption in the high line to go low line. It seems to be her modus operandi. Double there. We are going to 45 and we're at 32. So this is going to go to time. Fixing the blades, fixing the blades. So the French do this thing. Sorry, I got distracted by the fencing again. You can totally fence a DE in 2 minutes 30. You probably can, but probably not against the French. Unless you just, run yourself onto their tip a bunch. So this is kind of a bad stylistic matchup for Murtazayeva, because she's doing this blade search in the high line, and the whole French, or certainly one of the classical French fencers like Louis Marie, is holding the blade in almost like a slight 8, just to make it as hard as possible to take. She's not really doing it here. She is solidly in a 6, but you can see the tip dropping, and she's doing that to make it harder to take. And then once Murtazayeva can't find the blade, she's forced to commit anyway because she's running out of time. And then an easy double for Louis Marie. The French maybe could take it to 45 overtime. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've been very well trained to not do that. So, they could probably try and then still not fail. Still fail. You're not an epist. I feel like in the saber bout final they set the clock. I don't know why. It was weird. It might have been a dream, but I feel like they did. Another one there from Murtazayeva has kind of abandoned this blade search in favor of coming in. Well, I guess she finds the blade there. That's what happened there. And then Kandasamy goes over the top and lands flat on the back. And Murtazayeva calling for a punch. And if we can see it, no, we can't. Did there a punch? Can't see it from that angle. And if we can't see it, the ref can't see it. Covered by the mask, so. Nice catch. So yeah, is it not looking for the blade again? Louis Marie avoiding the blade, and that lets it be her touch. Oof. Right into the chest protector too. So that's hard plastic. As in not searching. I guess that was a jostling card. Searching, not finding the blade. But doing enough to keep Louis Maria out. And then just pure pressure to draw out the counterattack. And then parry forward post. The good adjustment there for Murtazayeva. Good variant on the attack. See what else she's got in her bag of tricks. Not much. Shade attack from Louis Marie with disengage. This reliance on blade contact from Murtazayeva is really like hampering her actions. Now there's another one there from Louis Marie. Finally has found the timing for the counterattacks with the disengages. And if she's she's willing to be a little bit less defensive, the touches are totally there. She should have done that 3 or 4 touches there. It's still solidly a curve view laid. But could be worse. Searching. Louis Marie flushes through. A little bit out of distance there and not into a search or around a search. And so Murtazayeva gets the duck counter. So we might actually get to 45. Scrappy sawing infighting touch from Murtazayeva. 33 seconds. If Murtazayeva really pushes, and then also doesn't score, she can give up 7 touches in 30 seconds. Yeah, it'll be like 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Like Murtazaeva's really going to push now. And so that'll be really playing to Kandasami's, Louis Marie's strengths. But what we might see is that with like 5 seconds left, Murtazaeva just gives up. 2 touches in 7 seconds. Two touches in 12 seconds. Ooh, really good attack from Louis Marie. Not much Murtazaeva could do about that. 2 seconds a touch, single night, no sweat. I hope you spend more than 2 seconds. And yeah, she's just giving up. We spend more than 2 seconds touching a night. I didn't say that. All right, congrats to France on winning gold. Congrats to this arbitrary team. I don't know. I'm not. Good fencing. Best I can do. Laura, that is Lauren Remby, I think. I hope she's okay. I really hope she's okay. She's a good fencer. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. We are not going to hang out for the gold medal ceremony, but feel free to go to fencingtv.com and watch it yourself. We hit almost 400 views this stream, which is insane. One last shameless plug for my Discord, which you can find on the website or in the back scroll or in the video description. For my Patreon, patreon.com/fencingdatabase. Ko-Fi if you want to make a one-off donation to help me, pay for all the clip databases. Ko-Fi.com/fencingdatabase. I respond to most comments. I'm very active in the Discord. If you have a specific fencer you want to see me make a video of, a highlight reel or an analysis reel, let me know. If you want me to critique your fencing, I'm happy to do that too. She'll be okay for the night with the team gold. That won't cure her concussion. And on that fine note, we have the olds and the youngs doing their different hearts. Have a good night. And exactly 400